Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 19 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 358. When Takuma and Campbell returned with the third squad in tow, Barbary was alone in the courtyard, peacefully reading a book. The guards who were watching them were stunned when they dumped the injured squad members on the floor. Hokage and the injured genin, who had helped bring the others back, stood there, fearful and gloomy. "Get an Irionin for them," Takuma told one of the guards, who hastily ran out to get one. "Has he not arrived?" asked Campbell as he sat down, asking about Kumagoro. "He was here before, we had a lovely chat. He went off to apprehend their boss." Barbary jutted his chin out at the third squad. "The division head? Won't Kumagoro try to cover his tracks?" asked Takuma, standing a few paces away from the table in case the prisoners tried to escape. "It does allow him to earn some goodwill." Barbary glanced at Takuma. "We will be keeping Jonin Onakuma Kumagoro out of this entire matter. Form your report accordingly. I'll be reviewing it personally before it goes to the captain. Jonin Kumagoro will be meeting him soon." Aburame Senpachi was their Anbu captain. Takuma was silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand." He could guess that Anbu would leverage this situation to get something out of Kumagoro. He was no stranger to such deals, having done plenty of them at Narcotics Task Force. However, his position was different this time. Previously, he was the one making the decisions. Here, he received the orders after the decisions were made for him, and that certainly made him feel differently about it. "Gather all the evidence you need," Barbary continued. "We will be." An explosion thundered throughout the base as they felt the wind rip apart from shock. All three Anbu looked up in the sky to see a dark dot flying through the air that looked like it was coming down right towards them. Takuma immediately jumped back just in time before a blur hit the ground, sending dirt everywhere with a shock that knocked the table with refreshments. The dust cleared and Kumagoro, with charcoal-coated skin, sneered down at a broken and bleeding 2nd Division head lying down in a small crater. He cracked his neck and breathed out as his skin returned to normal as the Earth release ninjutsu ended. Takuma glanced up at the sky and thought about the height they had fallen from. He looked at Kumagoro and wondered what ninjutsu he was using because the height was enough to shatter more than a few bones of even the most durable shinobi. From the looks of it, the division head wasn't in a great situation, while the Jonin didn't have a tear on his casual tank top. "Call for an Irionin," Kumagoro ordered one of the guards. "Already did," sighed Barbary as he dusted the dirt off his clothes. Kumagoro looked around the courtyard and his eyes fell upon the third squad. Takuma's breathing hitched when he felt a heavy pressure bore down on him. It caught him off guard. For a second, he couldn't breathe properly, his instincts screaming that he was facing a lethal threat. The third squad genin's eyes rolled to the back of his head as he fainted while Hokage heaved noisily on all fours as though something was trying to push him to the ground. He looked at Campbell and Barbary, but both of them seemed unbothered. "Breathe, Radel. Focus on your breathing," said Barbary in a calm and soothing voice. "He's just exerting his chakra." "Good, just like that. Now, circulate your chakra through your body. You'll feel fine right away." He followed the advice and felt the weight lift off his shoulders, making breathing easier. Kumagoro removed his eyes from the third squad and restrained his chakra. As he walked towards Barbary, he stared down Takuma, whose back was soaked through thanks to the man's chakra. Even though there was no pressure, his perception had already changed. He had been in the company of many Jonin, but not one of them intended to kill him, but that couldn't be said about Kumagoro. At that moment, Takuma appreciated that he was covered with a mask and cloak. Blowing up the frost Jonin had made him think himself to be much stronger than he actually was. "I hope this is enough," said Kumagoro. "We would appreciate it if you could lend us some men to escort our prisoners back home," said Barbary. "You'll have them." Takuma stood there as Barbary had a merry chat with Kumagoro, still reeling from what he had experienced. Straight-faced. Campbell looked around the record room at 3 different Radels, 1 original and 2 water clones, pulling records from the shelves to seal them into storage scrolls. There were 3 more clones in another room doing the same thing. Campbell didn't know many people invested in clones due to the high chakra requirements, but even those who didn't use them as liberally as Radel did. "Are you all right? You look tired," he asked. They took off their masks because they were alone. All three's skin was pale, and they looked like they had been pulling consecutive all-nighters. "I'm just a little tired." "Don't worry about it," answered one. Campbell couldn't tell which one was real. "How much would this help with the squad funding?" asked another. "You heard about that?" The personnel movement in and out of Campbell's squad had seen 2 experienced members transfer out of the unit altogether. Because of the lack of numbers, the squad were forced to make do with limited numbers until Kestrel and Radel arrived, leading to a reduction in funding that was diverted to another squad. Simply put, they needed to produce results to claw that loss back. "Yes, I think this will help. And you'll get a portion of it to continue working on this case." "Continue working on the case?" asked the third. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Campbell asked, looking at identical triplets. "Not intentionally," replied all three simultaneously. Campbell sighed. "Anyway, this deal is far from over. You have to get all the information about every contract those idiots took on. It's also our responsibility to track down the agency that worked as the middleman for contracts. You're looking at a couple more months of active work, perhaps a year, before you can effectively put this behind you." All of them sighed in unison. "What's going to happen to Jonin Kumagoro?" "That's up to what he and the captain come up with. If you're worried about whether he'll escape scot-free, don't worry, because that won't happen." Campbell guessed that Radel wasn't happy about that discussion, even if they were to believe Kumagoro's claim that he was unaware of the assassinations. All of it still had happened under his leadership. But it's better not to hope for something serious that permanently damages him. He's a Jonin commander with an excellent track record. "I understand. As long as we get the most out of it," said Radel with a cool expression. Another one of them stopped halfway through sealing a scroll and looked at him. "Can I ask you something? It's not related to work or Ninjutsu." He had a severe expression on his face. "Sure, can't guarantee if I'll answer," said Campbell. He wasn't a fan of personnel questions. "That thing Jonin Kumagoro did." Campbell's expression softened, and he exhaled when he realized what Radel was concerned about. He assumed Radel was still reeling from the effects of having felt the brunt of a Jonin's chakra. "How do I do it?" "Pardon?" asked Campbell, surprised. "I want to learn how to do that. It seems like a great intimidation tool to deter combat if used correctly." Campbell was speechless. Most people would fear an unknown danger and instinctually try to distance themselves from it, but here he was, someone who wanted to harness it for personal use so soon after witnessing it. It's a manifestation of bloodlust or killing intent through chakra. It's not that hard to do. You need to push out a good amount of chakra and have enough of a heavy bloodlust or sharp killing intent while infusing said chakra. Don't use it during battle, though. It's terribly inefficient for the amount of chakra it takes. That's why only Jonin use it, because they generally have the chakra to spare. He looked at the clones before him and thought about the ones in the other room. Evidently, Radel had the chakra to spare. In your case, don't use it against someone who you know can fight you. I'll show you how to do it when we return home. Thank you, I look forward to it. If nothing else, the boy's reaction certainly told Campbell a lot about his newest team member. Straight-faced. The situation's aftermath was a matter of gossip in the Hidden Leaf's political circles. The news of the Onokuma postponing the date of their succession and Onokuma Kumagoro extending his duty as the Jonin commander of Maizuru quarters for another 3 years to implement the changes he had proposed made people talk, as the extension of duty didn't feel like an equal trade to delaying his succession as clan head. Rumor mills speculated that he had a falling out with the current head of the Onokuma clan, causing the postponement. Of course, no one knew that the change was caused by a settlement between Kumagoro and Anbu, who had mandated him to fix all the problems with Maizuru quarters, which prevented him from returning home. In exchange for keeping the illegal assassination squad a secret and protecting their reputation, the Onokuma clan now owed Anbu a favor. In the end, Kumagoro got the better deal, as by the time he would become the clan head, he would have another feather in his belt of contribution, ending his career as the Jonin commander in a high. However, not all was well. Just before he met with Anbu, Kumagoro had sent his men to shutter the Konoha agencies. Most of them listened and immediately went underground, including the ones that worked with 3rd Squad on assassination contracts. While 3rd Squad members gave up the information about their targets, the middlemen were the only ones who held the information regarding the clients. The assassination targets themselves represented a problem, as a quarter of them were active Leaf shinobi while another quarter were important civilians, many of whom had connections with the Fire Daimyo's court. In those cases, it became imperative to find who ordered the assassination, as they were a matter of national security. And that duty fell upon the Campbell squad, which meant it was Takuma aka Raidel's responsibility. The trash mail case, which had surprisingly become too big, attracted attention towards the unit. When the other squads saw a rookie in charge, they tried to poach the case by going to Barbary and claiming that it was too much for a rookie. Since Campbell's squad was low on funding, and seeing that the matter had become complex with the missing middlemen, they argued that their squads were better equipped to handle the situation. Barbary called Raidel to see what he thought. "I can handle this better than these useless vultures," he replied in the presence of the other 2 squad leaders. Both turned their heads towards him, equal parts derisive and enraged. Barbary laughed before replying, "It's yours, but you understand there'll be consequences if you fail, right?" "Yes, I understand." "Great, I'm looking forward to how you handle this." And just like that, 2 months passed. Chapter 359, the past 2 months of Okahachi's life had been turbulent to say the least. Until 2 months ago, Okahachi was a middleman for people who wanted to hire shinobi assassins. 5 years ago, he set up shop at Konoha near Maizuru quarters, and roughly a year and a half later, he convinced one of his regular shinobi to accept an assassination. It was a gold mine that had made him very rich. However, it was shut down. Some normal agency middlemen stayed, thinking it would blow over, but he knew better. There was reward and risk, but he also knew when to pull out. It saddened him to leave, and he too hoped that things would return to normal, but that didn't happen. He didn't mind it. He grew up in abject poverty. His father abandoned their family before he was born, and his single mother did her best to raise him. However, she resented him for being born. The woman said this to his face almost every other day, and even she ran away when he was only 10. If his parents could disappear from his life, he didn't think Konoha would stay. Like other street kids, he begged for food. Eventually, he got into stealing and pickpocketing. He got caught plenty, but that was part of the risk, until one day, he was thrashed a bit too severely and swore it off. Fortunately, he soon got a job at a matchstick factory. Unfortunately, children got dirt pay, to say nothing of the exposure to the chemicals. When he was 16, he struck fortune when he caught the eye of a bandit group, a special one where the main members knew how to use chakra and shinobi arts. They trained him to use them, and he stayed there for a few years before stumbling into the mercenary business, until he grew weary of repeatedly putting his life in danger. He had changed his life's trajectory several times. He had no problem doing it again. But contrary to his expectations, the worst was yet to come, because Leaf was behind him. 2 weeks ago, Leaf shinobi came looking for him. He barely managed to escape before they could actually find him. It was serious because he had done his best to hide, but they had still sniffed him out. To remedy this situation, he hired guards in case he was found again, which was the right choice because, once again, there were Leaf shinobi outside his inn. Okahachi peeked out from the sliver between drawn curtains and saw a man standing in the building's shadow across the street. His back stiffened when he spotted another man standing at the corner. Both men were wearing identical full-body cloaks. He recognized the cloak because he had once seen it on a Leaf shinobi. And they were just standing there doing nothing. He pulled back and immediately stuffed his belongings into his backpack and rushed into the room across the hall where his bodyguards were staying. "Hey, we need to leave. Now!" Okahachi yelled as he banged on the door, which suddenly creaked open, so he stepped inside. "Let's go!" An unfamiliar figure dressed in a black hooded cloak stood with their back to him. The figure turned around to reveal a white porcelain mask with black markings. Anbu, he muttered as a chill went up his body. Even though he had never been a shinobi, he knew enough lead shinobi from his time at Kanaka and had done enough work against shinobi as a mercenary to know how an Anbu dressed. His trembling eyes looked beyond the Anbu and saw a pair of legs wearing heavy boots on the ground, which he recognized as belonging to one of his 3 guards. "Stop!" The Anbu's distorted voice made his heart palpitate in fear, but it also sent his instincts sprinting. He immediately turned around to run away, but he couldn't move a muscle. He couldn't even turn his head, and he helplessly trembled, staring as the Anbu walked toward him. "You've given me a lot of trouble, Okahachi," the distorted voice made his pulse jump when it was so close. "I hope you've enjoyed the sunlight because you're not going to experience it for a very long time." Okahachi could barely see the fist that knocked him out. Straight-faced. Just because the Inquisitor unit was an Anbu entity didn't mean they were all that different from other shinobi. They partook in workplace gossip much like anyone else, and for the past 2 months, the newest rookie was the main topic of the water-cooler discussions. The early consensus was that he had caught a lucky break from the trash mail, and was bound to make a mistake due to his lack of experience. The other 2 squads waited to sweep in to take the juicy case. It wasn't personal, competitiveness was the culture under Barbary's leadership style. However, a month later, Riddle had strategically used his Anbu authority to mobilize regular shinobi all around the Land of Fire to identity and apprehend about 60% of the clients behind the assassination despite the missing agency middlemen by solely relying on information from the 3rd squad which he then passed on to the local shinobi. It was all going great until the 6th week, where progress plateaued as the leads dried up in the absence of the middleman from the Kanaka agency. Campbell sighed in relief as he saw a stack of reports submitted to him by Riddle. It had only been 10 days since he had brought the middleman in and Riddle had already ordered the apprehension of another 20% of the assassination clients. The lack of progress had mildly stressed him, so seeing it flowing again was superb. The speedy progress Riddle had made in his first month had bought him a few more months, so the stalled progress wasn't a problem, but it still stressed Campbell out because he had seen hot cases go freezing cold in a matter of days and didn't want that to happen now when the squad was on the edge of the climb towards recovery. He had even considered transferring the case to senior members like Karakara, Dole, or Krite or taking it over himself, but that didn't seem necessary, as he had observed Riddle's work. At first, he thought that Riddle would try to handle everything by himself after the other 2 squads tried to take the case away and that he would see his squad mates as competition. While Barbary indeed promoted competition, that was only among the squads and not between the squad members. However, those worries were unfounded. Campbell thought Riddle would be proud of his background as a police officer and would want to handle the 3rd squad's interrogation by himself even when he had a Yamanaka, with a background in TNI, at that, within his reach. Instead, he immediately involved Kestrel, which allowed him to move quickly because Kestrel had extracted copious amounts of information. Riddle and Dole had not gotten off to a good start, which affected their relationship as colleagues. They didn't say a word to each other unless it was work-related. But Riddle knew about Dole's ability to process information into facts and actionable knowledge, so he unhesitatingly sought his assigned mentor's help, even though their mentorship was all but dead in name, much to Campbell's dismay. Even Karakara was roped in for her connections and experience working with local shinobi around the Land of Fire. She told him who to contact and how to talk to them, and she even personally contacted some people in case of high-profile assassination targets like those with connections to the daimyo's search. This was possibly the biggest boon because without people on the ground, Riddle would have either visited dozens of places, which would have taken months, or worked with incorrect people, which would have at least tripled the time it took. Campbell was thoroughly impressed by Riddle's ability to seek help when it shouldn't have. He knew Riddle came from the police force and had built a very successful sub-department from scratch, which put his ability to delegate responsibilities in context. He was thankful for Barbary because if his boss wasn't so comfortable with letting his subordinates do their work without micromanagement, he didn't think he would have allowed Riddle to continue working as lead on such an important case given the squad's situation. He opened the report and the bottom of the first page brought him a smile when he saw that while Raidel's name was in the lead operative section, he had made a custom section and added the squad members as contributors. The act of sharing credit was not to be taken lightly because Campbell had seen many credit pinchers who tried to take all the credit for themselves regardless of contribution. "What are you thinking?" Campbell looked up to see Barbary at his door, who was in the squad's office to have a meeting with Kara. "Nothing, I'm grateful for my fortune," said Campbell. "Really? Great, let's celebrate that and go drinking tonight." Campbell sighed, knowing he would wake up hungover the next day and wished he had never spoken up. Straight-faced. Since returning from Maizuru, Takuma had found himself increasingly frowning. He sat in his office, with his clusters of notes on the assassinations pinned on a corkboard, representing one of his two big current problems. He had closed or was nearing closing 80% of the assassination cases, which meant that the judicial system now had them in their processes. The rest of the team had helped him tremendously and he was extremely thankful because he couldn't have done it by himself. The problem was that while he had closed 80% of the cases, he had made close to zero progress on the remaining 20%. Before he had caught the middleman, he had to identify the clients through good, old-fashioned investigations. He contacted the local law enforcement agency handling the homicide investigations and looked at their case files to see if he could identify the clients through the suspect lists. Dole, the master of information, helped him by giving him tips about where to look. Those tips, combined with his own experience, had solved many cases. In some cases, he didn't even have to do anything because some people were idiotic enough to brag about it. But after he had caught the middleman, they had the client list on their hands. It became as simple as sending them to the local law enforcement. He still needed to help some of them where the clients were difficult, but that wasn't an immediate issue. However, there was one main difference in the remaining 20%. "One guy," he muttered to himself. All the remaining assassinations, 6 people, were ordered by one man. And if that wasn't concerning enough, all of those assassinations were of high-profile targets. Takuma knew a few of them and knew about their deaths through the news. Nobles, industrialists, businessmen with big state contracts, shinobi and samurai in important positions, it was highly concerning how important these people were. And if one man was responsible for all of their deaths. "It's a goddamn conspiracy," he whispered, and it stressed the hell out of him. He had his theories. The most credible one, the man was a foreign agent who was systematically eliminating influential people around the Land of Fire to destabilize the nation. The man had been clever as none of the targets were connected and lived in drastically different parts of the country, and the assassination squad were given special instructions for a few of them. One of them was made to look like an accident, whereas 3 of them were murdered while they were traveling and made to look like robberies gone south. If he wanted to find the truth, which was his job, he needed to find the man who ordered the assassinations, which he knew wouldn't be easy. Chapter 360, Takuma visited Kanaka while looking for Okahachi, the missing middleman, and now he was back in town to find the missing client behind 6 high-profile assassinations who had introduced himself as Kusai, which Takuma doubted was his real name. He was only back in town because Okahachi knew nearly nothing about Kusai even though he had arranged several high-profile assassinations for him. Straight-faced. At an Anbu black site located underground in a semi-restricted area inside the Hidden Leaf Village, Takuma sat across Okahachi in an interrogation room. "You have to tell me something about this man, Kusai," said Takuma in his distorted voice, which had become part of his identity as Raidel. He was wearing his mask and a set of his Anbu gear, but he was missing the flak jacket and most of his weapons. As promised, Okahachi hadn't seen the sun in nearly 10 days and turned pale and haggard. His life had become going back and forth between his cramped cell and the interrogation room, with 24/7 surveillance. "I already told you. I don't know anything about him," Okahachi pleaded, begging for him to believe him. "You did 6 high-profile assassinations for him." "I don't believe you don't know anything about him," said Takuma, unwilling to believe the claims. When he was working for Inomoto, he had done his research about the man. "He didn't want me asking, so I didn't," Okahachi said, sounding tired and defeated. "I only cared about getting paid, and he was paying a lot, so I didn't try to dig. The truth was that Takuma believed him. Okahachi was an extremely willing prisoner. They didn't use any torture on him because he spewed everything he knew from the moment they brought him, hoping it would save his skin. He didn't think Okahachi was trying to protect this one client when he had sold out everyone else. Tell me about how he contacted you about when he wanted your services. He liked to do everything in person, didn't want to leave a trail of any kind, but he also wanted to keep our meeting limited, so we only met twice for every assassination. Okahachi put his elbows on the steel table, clutching his hair with shackled hands as though regretting everything. When did you meet? Takuma urged when Okahachi stopped. The guards told him that he hadn't been sleeping well. Takuma had that in common with him, so he strangely sympathized. Okahachi heaved a sigh and slumped back into the chair. The first meeting was when he brought in the target. He would tell me the target's identity, when he wanted them dead, where he wanted it to take place, and how he wanted it to be staged. Wait, he knew where they would be? Asked Takuma, suddenly interested. Yeah, I was initially skeptical, but he knew where all of the targets would be, and the locations were always perfect for killing. We made 3 of them look like robberies, and it was only possible because he knew that those 3 were traveling on certain dates. Okahachi scoffed derisively as he added, honestly, it made the work so much easier because Hokage and his crew had to do some level of recon on other jobs, but on Kusai's jobs, they just had to show up at the right place at the right time, and even a kid could complete the job. Takuma made a note of that before nudging for Okahachi to continue. I would take all of what he gave me and take it to Hokage to see if they were up for it, and they always were because it was easy money. On the second meeting, he would come for confirmation. If I accepted the job, he would pay me right there and then, all the money. Not in advance? But all of it? Takuma asked, surprised. From what he knew, the usual system involved a partial advance before the job and the remaining amount after success. If the hit failed, the client would lose the advance, which was traditionally accepted as a risk in the assassination industry. Okahachi nodded. And he paid a premium for every job. In his words, it was a little something extra for the best service. So basically you didn't ask anything because he paid you well, said Takuma. Okahachi didn't say anything in return. Then what? He was gone. What about verification if the job was done? Didn't you see the targets? He didn't need me to tell him that they were dead. Takuma scolded himself internally for asking a stupid question, but he was tired. After he paid me and all the details were finalized, I would take him to a cabaret club to get drunk. What? Where? Takuma asked, and the brain fog that had addled his brain cleared up. He felt he had something important to say. To a cabaret club. You know the clubs where you go to drink with pretty women. I know that. He didn't say anything there? Maybe something slipped when he was talking to a hostess, asked Takuma while doing his best not to show any excitement in case Okahachi latched onto it and started to make up shit because he seemed the type. Not that I can remember. But he did take one of the girls to a separate booth and eventually convince her to spend the night with him. Maybe she knows something. That fucking smug bastard. Okahachi's face twitched in anger, and a flash of hate passed through his eyes. Straight-faced. So, Takuma found his destination at the Sunshine Cabaret Club. He had his mask and a hooded cloak on as he sat facing the mild-mannered owner in the backroom office while the hostesses were servicing the guests in the front. The manager's white shirt was drenched near his armpits. He dabbed his face with a handkerchief, and his eyes fluttered to the door every few seconds. It was beyond obvious that he was doing everything to avoid making eye contact with Takuma. They were waiting for a hostess who Okahachi visited regularly. Takuma now knew why Okahachi was pissed. Kusai slept with his regular hostess every time they visited the place together. Takuma had no doubt that Kusai did it purposefully. But he couldn't help but wonder why Okahachi kept bringing him here if that was the case. Kusai always wanted to go to Sunshine, and in the middleman's opinion, treating a high-paying client was simply good for business despite the personal cost. The door opened, and a charming brunette with shoulder-length hair and teal eyes wore a fitted dress with shimmering scales that changed colors as light reflected off them. The woman wasn't surprised because she knew he was here to meet her, but she did seem wary. The manager seemed infinitely relieved on seeing her and introduced her as Yuki. "Okahachi was your regular?" asked Takuma. His voice took her aback for a few seconds before she hurriedly nodded. She bowed her head to hide her surprised expression. The manager turned stiff and seemed to want to scold her but couldn't do it before him. He ignored them and placed a sketch of Kusai, drawn by an expert sketch artist based on Okahachi's description, on the glass table between them. The man in the sketch had a handsome face, a sly, self-confident smile, and slanted eyes. Takuma had listened in on the session with the sketch artist from the adjacent room because he wanted to hear how Okahachi described him, hoping to know more about the man. Taro's mom, a tokubetsu jonin in the field of interrogation, had told him that people recalled many details when they were describing someone, as they were focused entirely on the subject. Of course, anything that came out of someone's mouth was tainted by their own bias and perception. Okahachi hated the man, but that was to be expected as he blamed Kusai for his condition even though it was his own fault. Takuma thought Kusai was a self-confident man who was used to things going his way due to his charisma and ability to talk people into doing things for him. "Do you recognize this man?" he asked. Yuki stared at the sketch, her brow furrowing as she tried to recall him. Her expression brightened, and recognition flashed in her eyes. "I do! I remember him," she exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Mr. Okahachi brought him along himself a few times. Do you remember his name?" "How many times did Okahachi bring him along?" Takuma asked. He wanted to check the reliability of her memory. If it was dodgy, then he'd have to bring in a Yamanaka to look into her mind, which he didn't want to do because Amami was busy, and he would have to pay for the services of one, which he didn't want to do because of budget constraints. "If I'm not wrong, his name was Kusai," she answered quickly, but then took some time to think. "I think it was 5 or 6 times." "Was it 5 or 6? The manager clasped her arm and shook her. "Why, you have that notebook of yours. Don't you keep track of your customers' reservations and visits?" "Go bring it!" "Stop!" Takuma raised his hand as Yuki got up. He looked at the manager. "You go bring it." The manager couldn't be left any faster, leaving them alone in the room. Yuki shuffled back on the couch to put as much distance between them. "Relax," said Takuma with his normal voice. It had changed in the past few months, growing deeper. He had grown 5 inches in a very short period, causing him to change much of his wardrobe. "I need your help, Yuki. You aren't in trouble because you haven't done anything wrong. I want to know everything about this man, and I'd be thrilled if you can tell me anything you remember." He wanted her to feel at ease because pain and pressure were good motivators to get truth out of someone when they were hiding the truth, but if someone was genuinely having trouble remembering details, stress only worsened the situation. "It was 6 times, said Yuki, her voice steadier than before. Her body language opened up lightly as she directly faced him. "Do you have information about Kusai written down?" She shook her head. "Did he say where he was from?" People generally talked about themselves when trying to appeal to others, and that was truer when the other party was a beautiful woman like Yuki. Even though she was there to entertain them and act in a way to make the guests feel they were interesting, that instinct didn't go away. "Yes, I believe he said he was from the north, one of the big cities." Yuki pursed her lips for a moment. "I believe it was Otoman." Takuma recognized the city, which boded well because it had a strong shinobi presence. "That was good information," Takuma praised her. The door opened and the manager came in with a small diary, proud of himself and looking like he was ready to brown-nose him. Takuma stopped him before he could say anything. "Stay out, close the door," he said in his distorted voice. "Why yes," said the manager. He looked at Yuki worriedly, checking if she was hurt while he closed the door. "What else can you tell me about him?" "What was he like?" asked Takuma, returning to his normal voice. It was a subtle move to make her comfortable and important by revealing his normal voice. He said he was a businessman people came to when they wanted to solve problems, never really explained exactly what he did. He was charming, funny, and I remember having a good time, but I don't think I would want to date him, said Yuki, becoming increasingly comfortable. Why is that? He thought too much of himself, I guess. Like he would be angry if you made a joke at his expense. He gave the vibe that he thought he was better than everyone else? Yes, that. Exactly. But you still slept with him, asked Takuma, but scrunched his nose beneath his mask, wondering if he had asked an upsetting question. Ah, you know about that, huh? Yuki looked sheepish but then she shrugged. As I said, he was charming, funny, and he looked like my type. It was a fun time, nothing more. Like I said, I wouldn't want to date him. Takuma nodded to himself and continued questioning her about anything she remembered, which was a lot and nothing at the same time as they only had spent a few hours distributed over 2.5 years. Chapter 361. It had been 3 days since Takuma discovered that Okahachi's missing client, Kusai, could be from Otama. He had forwarded the information and the sketch to the local shinobi, who were better equipped to find a person in their territory than him. It was very possible that Kusai had lied to the hostess, and he was wasting his time chasing nothing. However, he had no other leads to explore. Usually, in this situation, he would take on another case, but Campbell had asked him to wait a little longer before he put the case on the back burner. His orders to Otama shinobi were to conduct their search in secret in fear that Kusai would flee if he found that someone was looking for him. It made the search slower, but it was a trade-off he chose. However, he had advised them to ask around cabaret clubs, geisha houses, and men's-only clubs based on Okahachi and Yuki's description of the man to give their search some focus. If the search yielded no results, he would register the sketch on the least wanted register, move on to the next case, and wait until someone spotted Kusai. Until they found him, there wasn't much he could do, so he turned his focus to training. His year with the Narcotics Task Force had plateaued his progress because he only trained to maintain his physique and prevent his existing skills from rusting. His work had hindered his training, and learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu was a reaction to that time because he knew Anbu would be the same, if not busier. So, he created a system to take advantage of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He could only make one clone, so there were 2 of him in total. Work and training were split equally between him and the clone. He worked 6 days a week. They went to work on alternative days for the first 4 days, and because the case was so important given Campbell's squad's situation, they both worked on the remaining 2 days. But when only one was at work, the other focused on training. Sunday was a rest day, imposed on him by Mariboshi. However, with nothing to do at work at the moment, both of them were training. Masaki gazed at the clone standing beside a boulder at a distance. He wove hand seals and earth spikes shot out of the ground underneath and around the boulder, shattering into pieces that flew in all directions. The clone's fists moved in a blur as they punched the shards coming in his direction, decimating them on impact. That's new. Yeah. Earth release, earth flow spears, Takuma said, as he did some light stretches. I've fallen behind on earth release compared to water release, so I'm focusing on it for now. What else are you learning? Rock pillar spears, earth and stone bamboo shoot, flying thrown stones. All C rank. Whoa, that's a lot, said Masaki before frowning in confusion. But aren't these all practically the same jutsu? They are, and that's the point, Takuma replied. I recently consulted with someone knowledgeable about ninjutsu, and they advised me to look into ninjutsu with similar functions. Takuma had met with Taper, Anbu's master instructor, about which ninjutsu he should learn, and the former operative had told him that learning similar jutsu would allow him to increase skill at lower effort and gain versatility. Take earth flow and rock pillar. C-rank earth release. Earth flow spears condense soil, mud, or stone from the ground into spikes that would protrude from the ground to skewer the target. Earth release. Rock pillar spears allow the user to create rock pillars that protruded from any solid surface to skewer the target. The difference between them is that earth flow can only be used on raw ground. Takuma stomped on the grass beneath his feet, while rock pillar will create spikes on concrete or glass if I want to. The trade-off is that earth flow pulls existing material from the ground, whereas rock pillar uses chakra to create the material even if it's used on the ground. They use more or less the same chakra, which allows earth flow to allocate chakra to make the spikes extra strong. The logic behind learning both of them was that if Takuma knew how to create spikes in one jutsu, it would be easier for him to learn how to make spikes with the other jutsu. However, with only 2 jutsu, even with the learnings being carried over, the total effort was still higher than if he was only learning one, but if he added another similar jutsu, the dividends paid off. Now add earth and stone bamboo shoot and flying thrown spikes. Both of these jutsu create spikes in a similar manner to earth flow spears by using existing material, so the benefit goes beyond just the shape, making them even easier to learn. I benefit in 3 jutsu by learning the first due to pre-existing knowledge. Earth release. Earth and stone bamboo shoot condensed soil, mud, or stone in the area to sprout out in the form of large spikes which attach the target from separate directions in an attempt to skewer the opponent, making it harder to evade. Earth release. Flying thrown spikes allowed users to condense soil, mud, or stone from the ground into spikes bigger than a forearm and propel them towards a target or direction. There's a downside to it though, said Takuma in case Masaki wanted to go the same route. I would be much more versatile if I learned 4 different types of earth release ninjutsu. I could have learned a stronger defensive ninjutsu than my current option, or a jutsu that allowed me to manipulate the environment like turning it into tricky quicksand. That route would have undoubtedly given me more options. It's a game of trade-offs, but going this way has another benefit, albeit in a limited scope. By choosing similar jutsu, he was boosting his future proficiency gains drastically. If he learned 2 jutsu with no overlap, training one wouldn't help the other much. But in his case, training any one of the 4 benefited the other 3 because of their shared mechanic. He was creating spikes 4 times as much as if he learned 4 separate jutsu, allowing him to gain mastery faster. There were real-world, practical implications as well. He would be much more comfortable choosing his option of which spike jutsu met the situational requirement much faster due to being more intimate with the 4 options. That actually makes sense, Masaki breathed out, feeling slightly overwhelmed with the information. Yeah, that's why I've also picked up jutsu similar to my earth release, hiding in rock jutsu which allows me to sink into the ground, said Takuma. The jutsu allowed him to camouflage within the earth and move freely through earth's surfaces undetected. C-rank, earth release, subterranean voyage turned the ground into a fluid, allowing the user to close in on the enemy with high speed by swimming underground. The user was camouflaged similarly to hiding in rock jutsu, making it a great assault jutsu for surprise attacks. It was faster than hiding in rock and gave more control, thus its higher rank. In the same vein, C-rank, earth release, hiding like a mole jutsu momentarily turned the ground around the user into fine sand, allowing the user to dig through it like a mole. The jutsu also had limited seismic detection, similar to Takuma's earth tremor sense jutsu, allowing the user to sense what is happening on the surface even if they go deep underground. D-rank, earth release, double suicide decapitation jutsu was the same as hiding in rock jutsu with added features and an additional 50% chakra cost. While lurking underground, the user grabbed the target by their legs and dragged them into the earth, leaving only their head above the surface while hardening the ground around them to immobilize them, after which they could be swiftly decapitated while prone. That's 7 ninjutsu, Takuma. 6 of them are C-rank, that's expensive even for a chunin, Masaki exclaimed, completely taken aback. Can't deny that. It's an expensive experiment. Takuma gazed at his clone so he wouldn't have to look at Masaki as he lied to his friend. Are you okay with points? Yeah, I've saved up a lot. He wouldn't have taken Taper's suggestion if he hadn't been in ANBU, but the Open Jutsu archives gave him the liberty to experiment as he wished. More importantly, without the Shadow Clone Jutsu adding to training time, the experiment would have been entirely out of the discussion. You wanted to talk about your augmentation? Asked Masaki. However, the ninjutsu experimentation was the clone's responsibility today. Takuma had a different matter he wished to explore. He enlisted Masaki's advice as a beneficiary of sponsorship from the Okahachi clan, known for its historical expertise with augmentation jutsu. Their hidden jutsu, calorie control, was one of the world's most advanced augmentation applications. My augmentation is a viable weapon right now, but I feel like it'll soon fall behind my other skills, so I was wondering how to beef it up, Takuma said, clenching his fist. I'm confused about how to accomplish that. I have another variation in mind, but that's down the priority list right now. His augmentation had gotten stronger as he grew, which hadn't and wouldn't stop. He had also invented the second form variation. But he was looking for more, and a qualitative evolution seemed like a natural next step. In addition to his Akimichi connection, Masaki was also among the few who knew Takuma's chakra augmentation the best. They not only sparred regularly, but his Bukijutsu also served as the inspiration for the self-made augmentation. In my opinion, you have two options before you, Masaki replied after long consideration. Which are? Compression or containment? Those aren't the same thing, asked Takuma tentatively. Masaki shook his head. Compressions mean increasing the density of the chakra you output. He raised his knuckle-duster-clad hand, and the special chakra metal alloy shimmered in a white light from a Bukijutsu. You need to condense your chakra and pack more of it in your pathway network. He clenched his fist, and the knuckle-dusters burst into a brighter light. Takuma raised his arm to cover his squinting eyes from the harsh glare. Isn't that just piling in more chakra per strike? He asked. Definitely, but let's assume you double the amount of chakra you use with your augmentation as it is right now. Do you think you'll be able to use all of it effectively? Takuma didn't need to think to know that he could not. There was only a split second of contact during each strike in which he had to push all of the gathered chakra to cause damage. He was already at his limit to how much chakra he could push out in that tiny time frame. That's why you need compression, Masaki said when Takuma shook his head. And the improvements aren't just linear. Compressing twice as much chakra will result in more power than twice with higher densities, giving even higher gains. How do I do it? You just do it, you know. Just squeeze it into a smaller area. Masaki said as though speaking obvious, which confused him and suddenly made him unsure about his friend's ability to teach him. Just kidding. Don't worry, I'll go ask about books and research you can read about. I know you like all that god-awful boring stuff. Takuma sighed in relief. That's why he chose Masaki. His friend knew about his habits and preferences. What about containment? Okay, this is much easier to explain. Look at that tree, Masaki said, pointing at it a few paces away. What happens if you swing a hammer at the trunk? The bark shatters? Correct. What happens when you try to slam a nail in with the same hammer? The nail goes straight in. Ah, I get it. You're talking about increasing pressure by reducing the area over which force is applied. Takuma cited the basic scientific formula. Sure, whatever. Just don't let it spread out. Keep it small. Masaki made a small ring with his hands. Takuma already did containment to a limited extent with his augmentation, but like several other things he did, his efforts weren't as effective as they could have been because they were half-assed at best. During his year at the academy, he blindly did whatever Mariboshi asked him to do. But after graduation, he was left to his own devices. He was still given advice, but the choices were ultimately his own. Even with Makoto, while she had total control over his Jinjutsu curriculum at the start, including the 5 Jinjutsu she had given him, eventually, she, too, expected and let him choose his direction. It was the natural course of things. His direction of growth had increasingly become his choice, which had become even truer since he had become a Chunin and chosen Shadow Clone Jutsu as his first B-rank jutsu. Numerous times in the past years, he has been tempted to learn new things. Spending months alongside Iori in the war had tempted him to learn Fuinjutsu. The only reason he had not was because he felt like he would be stretched thin enough to snap. At the moment, he was learning Kinjutsu, making major moves with Jinjutsu, and even taking enough ninjutsu to double his existing count. Even though it had grown increasingly difficult, he hadn't stopped learning non-combat related, non-chakra skills, especially with his residence with Maraboshi. Not to mention, he was working on a big case but also still adjusting to Anbu. He couldn't imagine what things would be like if he didn't have a shadow clone jutsu. Take a break. Takuma snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Masaki, who was gazing at him with a firm expression of concern. You don't look good. Stop and take a break, come to our place and just hang out doing nothing. I don't think whatever you're doing right now is good. Suddenly, Takuma felt guilty for making his friends concerned. He wondered if others thought the same. Did Maraboshi have similar concerns but remain silent because he knew his actual occupation? I will try, thank you, said Takuma. His arm felt heavy as he patted Masaki's shoulder because he knew stopping wasn't an option. Chapter 362, Amami clocked in for the day and was walking in the corridor of the Ironwood Protection Company with a six-pack of coffee in hand when she heard Jotomi, a staff member, call out to her. Good morning, Kestrel. Are you heading back to the office? Why? She asked in return. Can you inform Riddle there's a message for him at the communication desk? Jotomi said with 3 stacked boxes in hand that covered his face halfway through his nose. Sure, I'll tell him. Amami smiled as she put a cup of coffee atop the boxes. She entered the Campbell squad's office, turned towards Riddle's cabin, and was about to knock on his door when she saw a pair of feet dangling from the edge of the couch. She stepped in to see him sleeping on the couch. The clock on the wall said 10 in the morning. It wasn't unusual to see him napping in the office, but that was when he pulled all-nighters, but looking at the state of his office and clothes, it didn't look like he had spent the night. Despite being a 14-year-old kid, he usually looked like he worked in a place with exploitative practices, but he looked especially bad recently because of the now-named Maizuru assassinations case. It had been over a week since he had been waiting for news to come about a lead. In that time, Campbell had sent Riddle home and instructed him to come in half-day every other day because everyone could see how hard he had worked on the case and wanted him to rest. But from the looks of it, he hadn't been doing much resting. She considered whether to wake him up or let him rest before deciding that it was better to wake him up. Wake up, 13. His eyes snapped open just from her words. He lay there eerily still for a moment before sitting up and looking at her. For a moment, she genuinely thought he didn't recognize her. Gosh, your eyes are so red, she commented, handing him a cup of coffee. Thank you, he said groggily. What are you doing? Just go home and sleep. What are you doing during your rest days? I can't sleep. I literally can't sleep at night, and when I do sleep, I have trouble staying asleep, said Takuma, voiced his frustration as he rubbed his eyes. Get that checked out. I know a great doctor, go meet them. A clanmate? Yeah, why? Are they going to look inside my head? Amami sighed. That's a last case option. Yamanaka Irionin are standard doctors, so they go through the standard procedure before they suggest our jutsu. If you don't want them to look inside, just say no and they won't. Okay, give me the contact. I'll think about it. You'd better. Oh, right. There's a message for you at the communication desk. Like a man possessed, Radel sprinted out of the room as though he had a hidden stash of energy to be used in cases of emergency. Amami looked at the untouched coffee cup and picked it up. He was probably drinking a lot of coffee, but given his condition, it would be better if he drank less. Straight-faced. 2 days later, Takuma was in Odama. The local shinobi had finally found the man who called himself Kusai. The past week had been agonizing because there had been no news about the man. He wanted the case to be perfect, and 6 high-profile unsolved murders would be a blemish at the very start of his ANBU career, something he refused to accept. Odama was a city on the bigger side, making it one of the locations with a reasonable shinobi presence. The shinobi population was only a couple hundred short of 1,000, serving the broader region with the city as the center. An excellent majority of them were Jinin, with the Chunin numbers lower than the per Jinin recommendation because they weren't in demand in the job market. The leader of the shinobi force itself was a veteran Tokubetsu Jonin. This raised the question of why someone behind such a high-profile assassination would be from a city like Otama. It would have been more fitting if he had been from a top city with a stronger economy and political sway. "Welcome to Otama, Anbu," said the Tokubetsu jonin called Sakashige Dario. He had a round face and chubby cherry cheeks, thin hair, middle-parted and set down with gel, and thin-rimmed circular glasses with a chain to prevent them from falling. He was dressed in the local garb instead of the standard uniform. Takuma, who had free time, looked into Dario. The man was nothing if not a solid manager. While he hadn't had any groundbreaking achievements since coming to Otama, he had done what was expected of him and consistently met targets without any grievous errors or mismanagement, which could be seen as an impressive achievement given the surprising number of screw-ups everywhere. Takuma wanted to apprehend Kusai immediately, but he had to follow the correct procedure and meet the leader because he had used their help to find his target. He sat in Dario's office, dressed in his full Anbu gear. "I appreciate the work you and your men have done," Tokubetsu jonin Dario. "Where did you find him?" he asked. "Your request not to make it public slowed us down, but we followed your suggestions and asked around the clubs and entertainment district. It took some time, but we found him," Dario replied. His face, painted with pride and a job well done, made him look merry. Takuma had the impression that Dario's subordinates would have warmly smiled at their boss. The intimidating Anbu presence was the only reason they stood around stiffly. "Is Kusai his real name?" he asked. "Here he goes by Hidesign." "What kind of man is he?" "He's a middleman for everything. If someone wants something done and doesn't want to bother with the hassle or having difficulty for whatever reason, Hidesign makes it happen in return for a fee. He knows a lot of people and he leverages that position. He's quite well known among the city's wealthy for his services. We didn't know about him because, well, we don't need his services." "Is he trained in chakra?" "Not to our knowledge." "Any bodyguards?" "One, but not a problem." Takuma nodded as doubt whispered in his ear about whether they had the right guy. He wasn't looking down at untrained civilians because money made the world go around and a motivated person could cause significant damage by simply pulling the strings, but he still couldn't help but think Dario had the wrong person. There was only one to check. "Well, let's go get the bastard, shall we?" Straight-faced. Takuma stood up on a rooftop across Hidesign's location, gazing down at the high-class apartment building across the street. Hidesign lived in one of the apartments. The local shinobi would go in to apprehend him while he would be on standby in case something went wrong. "Are you sure you need to be here, Tokubetsu jonin Dario? You must be busy with your responsibilities." "Oh, it's fine. Please don't worry about it." Dario chuckled like an older gentleman. "There's no way I'm missing this rare, exciting thing happening in my city. We are arresting an untrained civilian." "Your presence makes it exciting, Anbu," the man said, sounding like he was about to watch a thriller. Takuma sighed before returning to the apartment building, where a team of 5 genin choked the stairs, another team scaled the walls, and a third team surrounded the building to prevent an escape. Although this was overdoing it, he appreciated it nonetheless, as it decreased the chances of failure. A kunoichi with a clipboard prop knocked on the door of Hidesign's house, which was visible from the open corridor. The rest of her team stayed out of the view to have an advantage of surprise. The door opened and Hidesign's bodyguard appeared on the threshold. The kunoichi confirmed if Hidesign was at home before pushing past him. He tried to stop her, but 3 of her teammates jumped on him and restrained him from interfering. The following minute was one of the longest minutes of Takuma's life as he couldn't see what was happening inside. Eventually, the kunoichi emerged with Hidesign in cuffs behind his back. The man looked angry, cursed, and struggled incessantly, but it probably felt like a baby fussing to the much stronger kunoichi who casually pushed him along. "It's him," Takuma said under his breath. Hidesign matched 9 points with Kusai's sketch. Straight-faced. As Takuma sat before Hidesign, the man seemed to recognize his status as an Anbu. He acted as though he wasn't scared, but Takuma could smell the fear from him. Putting on a brave face was admirable, but Takuma wasn't concerned. The man who was cursing at the kunoichi, threatening her with his connections in high places, was nowhere to be seen, and that was to show that he was rattled. Every moment of silence in the cramped interrogation room with a creaky chair and sticky table increased the tension. Takuma maintained it a little longer by silently placing the photographs of the 6 deceased targets on the table in a line one at a time. Hide-sign had a good poker face, but when faced with the photographs he had handed to Okahachi, who had just in case decided to keep a copy, it was much more jarring than getting a bad or good hand of cards. His eyes trembled and the creaky chair betrayed everything he felt. "Who are these people?" he asked, pretending not to recognize his victims. Takuma only had a word in response. "Kusai." Hide-sign flinched. "I think there's been a misunderstanding, sir. I don't know any of these men." Takuma got up and leisurely walked behind Hide-sign's chair, making him shrink and minimize his body and posture. He didn't look back, making it so he couldn't see Takuma's face, which was nevertheless covered in a mask, but not being able to see him at all was only more nerve-wracking. "Okahachi told me a lot about you, and I've learned much more since I came to this city. You have been busy sending people to the afterlife left and right, important ones to boot. Unfortunately, you got caught, and now, you'll die from all that hard work. But you can be proud, you accomplished something rarely seen." "I didn't do any of that," Hide-sign shouted. Now, there's no need to be embarrassed by your accomplishments. Like I said, you should be proud. You did something so rarely seen. Do you have any proof?" Hide-sign's breathing harshened. "I've been working on this case for a while and frankly, I'm tired of it. I have Okahachi in custody and he'll say anything I want as long as I prevent a death penalty. If that's not enough, there's the stunning Miss Yuki, who you had fun with during your visits, and she'll gladly place you at Konoha. And right about now, I assume your bodyguard is spilling your secrets, and I'll pile one thing over another on your head until your neck snaps under the weight." Takuma placed his hand on the base of his neck and finished. He continued, "You killed shinobi, samurai, the wealthy, and people from the noble court. It's a mess that literally everyone wants to end, and end fast, so you're a dead man walking. Of course, I'll have to find out why you did it, so remember this feeling. It's called the absence of pain because you aren't going to feel like this for a very long time, unless you can give me something else." Takuma didn't bother being subtle. He couldn't see him being the mastermind behind the assassinations unless he found something suspicious about the man upon digging into his background that Dario's men hadn't already found. Hide-sign was a middleman who made things happen for others. It made him wonder if this was the same. I ordered the assassinations, but I was hired to do that by someone else," Hide-sign whispered. "Who?" "I don't want the death penalty." Takuma stared down the man for a moment. "If you help me catch them, I will advise and request the judiciary to be lenient, but if you're lying and there's no one behind you, you won't go peacefully." "What if you lie, renege later?" Hide-sign stuttered. "I want some form of guarantee." "You're misunderstanding something." Takuma applied some pressure on the base of Hide-sign's neck. "I don't have to guarantee anything. I can get the information forcefully without giving anything. I'm being kind here. You just need to do as I say and hope I'm a man of my word." Takuma pushed chakra out of his body and laced it with bloodlust. It was nowhere as potent as Jonin Kumagoro, but it did the trick as Hide-sign went pale and his body shook as he hurriedly nodded. Chapter 363, He's Not from Otama. "I checked." Hide-sign fidgeted with a cup of water. "He appeared out of nowhere one day. Didn't have a reference, just said he heard about me from someone, and wanted to know if I was ready to get out of the kiddie pool and take on some serious work." "And you decided that brokering murders was the natural next step?" Takuma asked pointedly. "My family moved to Otama when I was 12. It's far better than the countryside. There are enough rich folk and desperate people to ensure a stable living, but it's not like one of the top cities like the capital. You may not know it, but most of my work is based on word of mouth, so I thought if I did this, I'd have a chance to get my name out there. It was my chance to turn my fortune." Hide-sign lived comfortably. He owned a great home and splurged on luxuries such as spending money at cabaret clubs as a hobby. While he lived much better than most people, he couldn't be called upper class like the affluent people who used his services. Well, you seem to be ready for the opportunity. Who told you about Konoha and Okahachi? Konoha only had a local reach because no one wanted it to spread beyond their grasp and eventually be noticed by the hidden leaf. Otama was considerably further away from the small town dependent on Maizuru. Even in Konoha, Okahachi was the only one brokering assassinations. The flow of information was fairly limited, more so for illegal activities like assassinations, which made Hide-san's ability to capitalize on the situation impressive, to say the least. He told me about it. Hide-san's reply surprised Takuma. What? He told me about Konoha and Maizuru quarters. He told me to find Okahachi and his leaf shinobi. He knew how much Okahachi would ask, and instructed me to give him the entire payment in advance. He paid the same service fee. It was a lot. Hide-san smiled self-mockingly. I wondered why he even needed me when he had the plan sorted out to the smallest detail. Takuma's eyes widened behind his mask. He had a feeling something was off when he found out about Hide-san, and it was starting to make sense while getting more confused. If his intuition was correct, the client had gone to painstaking detail to put distance between him and the assassination targets. He hired Hide-san and Otama, who traveled long to Konoha to meet Okahachi, who brokered the job through the 2nd Division leader in Maizuru, who then got the 3rd Squad to assassinate the target. Depending on how one viewed it, there were 4 to 5 degrees of separation between the two ends. Each degree of separation held the potential to break the chain, which had nearly happened when Okahachi had gone missing, and Hide-san was only caught because he made the mistake of sharing his hometown with Yuki. The real client remained unseen. How did he contact you? Asked Takuma. In person. He stayed until I returned from Konoha. And let me guess, no contact details. He paid half up front along with the Okahachi's full payment, and my remaining half when I returned. And you never hesitated? You knew who the targets were, right? Hide-san shrugged. What he paid was enough to smooth out all fears. Takuma sighed internally because it felt like a repeat of what had happened with Okahachi, who also didn't have a way to connect to Hide-san. He asked Hide-san about it, and as expected, the client instructed him not to provide any personal details. There was an even bigger problem at hand. If the real client knew about Okahachi and the 3rd Squad, then it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that he was keeping an eye on Konoha, which was going through a drastic change as Jonin Kumagoro was in process of ripping the illegal market so it could never recover while his solutions were being rolled out in place to keep his shinobi happy. Not to mention, Kumagoro's 3-year extension as the Jonin commander itself was high profile. There was a chance it would scare the real client from visiting Otama. Even today, they had made up a big show of arresting Hide-san, which could also become a problem if it somehow reached the wrong ears. You never gave me a name. Takuma asked about the client's name. Kusai. Pardon? He introduced himself as Kusai. Probably a fake name. Hide-san couldn't help but chuckle. He told me to give Okahachi a fake name, so I just used that. Funny, right? Takuma wanted to punch the smile off his face. Straight-faced. Ultimately, Takuma had to make a decision he wasn't happy with. I have a bigger fish in my sights, and for that, I've to dangle bait, which unfortunately is Hide-san. Takuma sat in Tokubetsu Jonin Dario's office after the interrogation. I wish to release him so he can continue living like he has been, hoping that if that client ever reappears, he won't run away if Hide-san is missing. But for that to happen, I would like to burden you to keep an eye on him, Jonin Dario. He dropped the Tokubetsu to flatter the man. Dario swelled up noticeably and assured him. Of course, we will keep an eye on him. Have him report to us regularly and keep you updated. That'd be great. I'll give you the mailing details. Do you wish to catch this Kusai person if and when he appears? Only if he moves to leave before I arrive, Takuma replied. Hide-san didn't know if his client was a chakra user, but he did say that the man felt dangerous, which raised the possibility of someone chakra-enabled. Any estimations when you think this man might appear? Takuma shook his head with a sigh. Not sure. It might be months, a year, or never. I'm hoping it's soon so that I can close this case, and you can also have one less problem here at Otama. It's not a problem at all. After I get the man's sketch, I'd like to ask around for a day. I hope you can let me borrow one of your men to show me around. Of course, anything to help you. Straight-faced. A middleman who hired another middleman, Campbell sighed as he put down a copy of Kusai's sketch made by a local sketch artist from Otama. This man put in some legwork to ensure he can't be tracked. Takuma returned from Otama and was called in by Campbell, who wanted to get a report on the situation because it was an important case in the unit. I was lucky that I even got to Otama, Takuma replied disappointedly. His investigation around Otama had resulted in nothing. None remembered seeing the man upon being shown the sketch. Kusai was much more careful than Hide-san when keeping his footprint to a minimum. I know you were looking forward to closing this case. You have done enough. I talked to Barbary. He'll announce a resource reallocation in our favor at the next meeting. Campbell smiled, not something he did much. Everyone has worked, and your efforts and progress pushed us over the edge. And please, you have not failed, Radel. He held up the sketch. We will distribute this among our intelligence networks and hope someone spots him. That way, we might find him even if he doesn't return to Otama. What should I do now? I guess this case will be put in the back until something comes up. Takuma held back a sigh. This wasn't the first time this had happened. He was used to it from his time in the narcotics task force, but it never felt good and always left him unsatisfied. Campbell nodded. Take a few days off. Take care of yourself, and then get something new to work on. Takuma felt embarrassed having his boss point out his issues. No one said anything to him when he was in the narcotics task force, except for Kamiko, because he was the boss. He wasn't busy when he was at Camp Banana under Toradesu and was in his best condition to date. When he was in U, he rarely saw his teammates as they lived apart. Yes, sir, he sighed again. Let's fix a morning before work as a Kenjutsu lesson, whenever that works for you. Sure, that'd be great. Seeing as his boss was concerned about his personal health, Takuma finally decided to get himself checked. Straight-faced. With Takuma's decision to get his health checked, he had multiple choices of consultations. He immediately crossed out an Anbu doctor because he didn't want anything to get on his record. He had heard horror stories of company-appointed doctors sharing information with companies, which got employees fired. He could visit Taro's father, Dr. Oishi, a Tokubetsu Jonin in the field of Irujitsu, but he didn't want his friends to know about his condition. He didn't think Dr. Oishi would say anything if he asked to keep it secret, but he didn't want to take the risk. Amami had given him the contact information of the Yamanaka doctor, which wasn't a bad option, but he decided not to use it for the moment because he already had a preferred doctor with whom he trusted his health issues. You are an idiot, said Sango as she threw a blue latex glove she was wearing at his face. Why? Takuma asked as he caught the glove before it hit him. They were in the ANBU headquarters, using one of their medical facilities because operatives were discouraged from visiting each other's place of work until for work. Sensitivity to the lightest of noise, mindful of thoughts, no desire to sleep even when you lay in bed for hours are classic insomnia symptoms. I did think it was insomnia. But why am I an idiot? Usually, I would refer you to a Yamanaka, but it's so obvious that I don't have to. Sango tried to hit him with her other latex glove, and he let her this time because she seemed adamant. What is it? It's the shadow clones, you idiot. Takuma was taken aback. Huh, what do the clones have to do with this? There was a clone practicing Jinjutsu as he talked to Sango. Your mind is overstimulated. Sango took a seat before him with a sigh. Your mind is not processing what you experience on a normal day, but it's also being forced to take an additional, equivalent load from the clone who's living full days, and you're forcing that on your brain day after day without a break. It has no time to rest, and that's why it's keeping you awake, because it needs time to process the utter chaos and mess you have created for yourself. You need to stop using the Shadow Cone Jutsu, she said, making a final judgment. Not possible, not happening, Takuma replied immediately. The shadow clones were his lifelines. He had used his 1B rank jutsu on them. His training plans, the new ninjutsu experiments, all depended on the clones' help. He literally couldn't see his future without regular use of clones. You won't get better if you don't stop using them. Your health will continue to deteriorate. It's messing with your sleep, which will mess with your body. You'll be wrecked if you continue to force yourself, said Sangdo, her tone as though she was ready to argue it with him to the end. Do you feel a fog over your brain sometimes? Yeah, why? Takuma asked, worried. That'll get worse. You won't be able to think properly because your brain will be so tired that it can't concentrate on even the easiest of things. Takuma pursed his lips. He couldn't let mind and body deteriorate because they were his greatest assets. If his ability to reason deteriorated, he wouldn't be able to do his job, eventually getting kicked out of Anbu and derailing his plans even more. What's the maximum I can do and get by on? He asked. Sangdo stared down at him, incredulously. He didn't blame her for not understanding. There wasn't anyone in this world who could understand him. He had a future to prepare for, a future he had been sacrificing his present for. Sunk cost fallacy be damned, he was already in too deep. I can't say. There are no studies on this type of thing and for good reason. Sangdo looked displeased that he asked. If you really can't give this up, you need to experiment with what your mind can handle. The most important thing here is to allow it to rest, or this will slowly eat you away, and you might not truly feel the effects. Fuck. Alright, I'll do it. He frowned at her. My day is ruined. I blame you, you know. As long as you aren't killing yourself, I couldn't give a fuck. Chapter 364, You have the potential, you should seriously try to become a jonin. No one's going to bring up the snake creep if you become a jonin. She wondered how long ago she had stopped believing that she would be able to kill him. It was always a daunting goal, but hate fueling her didn't allow her to climb the mountain she had set herself against. It would have been difficult if he was just a jonin, but he was one of the Sannin, someone who even the third Hokage couldn't kill, much less capture. In truth, she knew the exact time she gave up on that goal. It was when no matter what she did, people only looked at her as the snake student. No matter what she achieved, others only talked about her past and kept distance as though she was tainted because of it. It was so bad that she had stopped putting in effort. Her hate hadn't grown colder. If she came across him, she was ready to sacrifice herself to take him out. She even did things she wasn't proud of for Ryochi Cave to gain a ninjutsu for that particular reason. But she stopped believing in her revenge somewhere along the line because her efforts weren't accepted no matter how hard she worked. If she couldn't progress, she would never reach close enough to drive a dagger through his heart. In the end, she readjusted her priorities. Instead of revenge, she simply wanted people to acknowledge her for her own merits. You'll only be known as Jonin Mitarashi Anko, not the snake student. That's what she wanted. She didn't need to be Jonin for it. As long as she worked hard, someone would recognize her efforts someday. Her heart wasn't damaged enough to believe that there was no good in the world. If you become a jonin, you'll have a better chance at killing him. I will help you kill him. Despite her struggles, she was in a much better place from when he had betrayed her. It was because of her best friend and now roommate, staying by her side and ensuring that she didn't let her hate destroy from within. There were people who had supported her, they saw her for who she was before them. Torture and interrogation was perhaps the best thing that had happened to her in a long time. There were still people who could only see as the snake student, but just as many people saw her for who she was. People like Marino Ibiki and Oishi only judged Anko for the work and results she produced. It was so refreshing that she looked forward to going to work every day, which would have been ridiculous if someone said that to her half a year ago. But not one of those good people she respected and felt grateful toward had ever told her that if she wanted to kill him, they would support her. I'll steal away the satisfaction of killing that bastard from you. No one had ever taunted her like that to get a rise out of her. They treated the topic like a taboo because they feared how she would react. She realized that if she returned to herself before she had given up, she would be stoking a fire that could burn her to a crisp. She liked her current life, and a big part of her didn't want to jeopardize that goodness, but another just as big part wanted to get near the fire because her circumstances had changed, and she thought instead of getting burned by it, she could harness it. That small conversation had disrupted her life, bringing her to a crossroads. Straight-faced. Yuhi Kurenai noticed changes in her roommate. For the few years they had been roommates, Anko exclusively woke up in the noon hours, but since she had returned from the Steamfrost War, her alarm went off at 7 in the morning. At first, she thought it was because Anko had to follow torture and interrogation's work hours and no longer had the freedom when she was independently running missions. But then she started to train in the morning, which never happened once in their cohabitation. Anko trained twice or thrice a week for an hour or two at best each session for maintenance. She was now putting in an hour of training every day in the morning on top of that. Kurenai was sure something happened when she was at war, but except for mourning and grief for fallen comrades, she was more energetic upon her return. Kurenai again attributed that to her getting into torture and interrogation, which had been Anko's hopeful goal for the year before. And while torture and interrogation had been a change for good, she didn't think that was everything. Anko hadn't changed completely. She still partied into the night and returned home drunk more often than not. Some habits were challenging to ditch. But no matter how much she drank, she was up in the morning to train. Something has changed, Kurenai told Anko at the breakfast table. That do you mean? Anko replied with a mouthful of sweat cereal. Kurenai had seen Anko at her worst. She was there for a couple of months when Anko had drunk enough to be tipsy throughout the day. It had taken a particularly powerful Jinjutsu serving as shock therapy to stop her from drowning her anxieties instead of confronting and resolving them. She admitted it was an extreme decision, but in her defense, other options had failed and she consulted with a Yamanaka Irionin beforehand. What's changed? You. Well, I think I've gotten sexier. No wonder I felt more eyes on me at the club, Anko winked. I'm talking about the morning training. And you never used to talk about work, now you tell me about all the drama and gossip. Whatever it is, I like it. I'm happy to see you being so involved and proactive. And sure, you look good, Kurenai added when Anko wiggled her brows. Thank you, dear, Anko grinned. So, what brought this up? Anko gazed into her bowl as she swirled her cereal milk with the spoon. You don't have to choose your words with me, she said, her voice softer than before. I know I was wasting my time before. I didn't think there was any use in putting in effort when it wouldn't get rewarded. She stopped Kurenai from speaking. It's different now. The people I know work with only care who I am now. Kurenai appreciated her friend being so vulnerable when in the past, she had built walls around her to keep everyone out so she wouldn't get hurt. Anko's trust in her made her feel that all that time trying to help her friend hadn't gone to waste. Someone said that I've the potential to become a jonin, said Anko. Kurenai was momentarily surprised, but nodded. As a jonin herself, she believed that Anko had what it took if she put in serious effort. Anko had the terrific ability to pick whatever she tried to learn, which was wasted because she never genuinely attempted to develop any skill in earnest, but if she worked hard, Kurenai knew the woman was among the extraordinary talents of her generation. That someone is right, I think so too. You should definitely aim for it, but it won't be easy. Hard work is a must, but you must also be clever about it with clear goals and ways to achieve them, and most importantly, consistency will decide if you succeed or fail. Anko leaned back into her chair and gazed at her. I'm right about settling into TNI. I'll be devoting more time to training soon. Tone down the partying to twice a week, you know I can't do less than that, she said when Kurenai sighed. As for consistency, I don't think it will be a problem. I have the perfect motivation to keep me straight, she smiled. Oh, what's that? Asked Kurenai, thinking Anko was about to make another joke. To kill Orochimaru. Kurenai froze in her chair, completely taken aback by the answer. Anko's smile, which she thought was because of her uptick in life and newfound resolve to improve and achieve more in life, seemed no longer for those reasons. Kurenai felt a twisted glee from the tug on her lips. Knowing her friend as well as she did, Kurenai had an uncanny intuition that Anko was smiling from killing Orochimaru in her imagination. Straight-faced. When his wife was still alive, Hiruzen used to host guests at his house in his position as Hokage and Sarutobi clan head with Biwako by his side to entertain them. Getting invited to the Hokage's home was a gesture many appreciated. It made it a great way to have them warm up, build stronger relationships, and get his agenda across, something essential in village politics. But since that terrible day 10 years ago, Hiruzen closed his home off to everyone but his close family and friends. It no longer felt right to use his home, which he shared with his wife, since the first day of marriage, for work without her being there by his side. There were precious memories of his wife in the house that he wanted to preserve. "Isn't it too early for a checkup?" asked Anko as she sat straight on a stool with only a sarasher covering her torso. "Is it wrong for me to want to meet you and know how you're doing?" said Hiruzen as he drew script around her shoulder where a cursed seal was inflicted upon her by the person she had trusted the most at one point in her life. And that person was one of his students, creating a line between him and Anko. He felt guilt towards her that his cruel student had caused the young woman before him so much harm when she was just a child. He had been unsuccessful in removing it, so he did his best to ensure it bothered him as little as possible. Orochimaru's Juinjutsu was a vile thing for anyone to bear. He had personally sealed it many years ago and had since regularly met with her to perform checkup and maintenance. And that required Anko to expose a weak, vulnerable side of her, so they always held it at his house to give her the most privacy he could provide. "Of course not," Anko said, hurriedly. "I heard you have been doing well at torture and interrogation. Have you adjusted well?" Marino Ibiki is a stuffy man without flexibility. "It has been fun to find his buttons," Anko snickered. Hiruzen smiled. Most people would try to please their bosses and not get on their bad side. Not Anko. She even argued with him about his and the village's efforts against Orochimaru several times through the years when most in her position wouldn't dare say a word. She was one of the most headstrong and outspoken kunoichi he knew. She reminded him of his other student before she had mellowed out. "Your chakra is much more active than the last time we met," said Hiruzen, inferring it from his seal's response. "I have been training," she said before confidently stating. "It's about time Hidden Leaf gets a new jonin." Hiruzen laughed. "I don't doubt it, but it won't be that easy." "I know. Don't worry though. I'll become one before you kick the bucket. You'll be there to do the honors." Hiruzen smiled but internally wondered how long he had left as the village's leader. He resumed his position after his successor died protecting the village. As much as he hated to think about the day last year, Danzo's words as he fled about him holding the Hokage position for so long had weakened the village. He didn't agree as he felt the village needed a steady, experienced hand in the time of need. The clans and Jonin agreed with him, which was why he was still wearing the hat and robe, but those words had made him think often if he was still the right choice for the village. Even now, he didn't want the fifth Hokage to inherit Danzo's action and his root network before Anbu stabilized. However, it wasn't the right time to think about those things. As Anko said, it was too early for a routine checkup. He had called her because he wanted to talk to her. "You can do it, I believe it. Work hard and remember to enjoy the process while keeping your head clear and mind sharp. A sound mind and a sound body is the key to success." "Kurenai talked to you, didn't she?" Anko said without looking at him. Hiruzen's brush stopped when he heard the cutting tone. Anko had a sharp intuition. He hadn't even breached the topic and she already knew where he was leading the conversation. "Hate is corrosive," Hiruzen said as he put his brush down and walked in front to face her. "What he did to you was monstrous and I'm not telling you to forgive him or forget about it." "That will never happen," Anko almost snarled, but contained herself in his presence. "However, letting this justified hate you have him control you will do you no good in life. I have seen brilliant people drive themselves to ruin because they allowed rage and hate to rule them," Hiruzen said, keeping his tone calm so as not to provoke her. "You are doing well for the past couple of years. I want to understand where this is coming from so I can help." I don't need help because there's nothing wrong," Anko exclaimed with heat. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths as she calmed herself. "I apologize for the outburst." Hiruzen gently shook his head. He didn't blame her. It was understandable. "I don't think I'll be able to kill him," said Anko, her face twitching with bitterness she didn't want to admit. "I'm angry, not delusional. I'm young, I've decades of my prime years as a shinobi ahead of me. I'll undoubtedly grow stronger if I aim for it. Normally, I would have had an advantage because as he grew older, he would grow weaker. Unfortunately, that damned snake is a monster in human form. You and I both know he'll never stop growing," she said, looking into his eyes. Memories of unspeakable things he had seen in Orochimaru's illegal labs flashed past his eyes. His former student had crossed lines which should never have been crossed to attain the immortality that he so much desired. "But I'm not giving up just because I can't kill him. If I can't kill Orochimaru, then I'll make his life on this earth hell. He gave me this curse, so I'll become a curse in his life until I die." Hiruzen saw the cursed seal flicker for a moment before it was restrained and restricted at the first sign of a flare-up. "I need power for that, so I'll get it. I'll become a jonin, who can mobilize the village's resources against him," said Anko, looking straight into his eyes. "You and I will never agree on this, so I'll reach a place where even you can't deny me. This village will have its revenge against the traitor." "Don't you mean you'll have your revenge? I am a part of the village." "My revenge is the village's revenge," said Anko with a cold look in her eyes. Hiruzen realized no matter what he said would change her mind. His heart felt heavy because another young fire burned with hate rather than love like first Hokage wished for when he created the village. Chapter 365. On the first day of school, a 6-year-old with shoulder-length cinnamon hair fiddled with her new notebook so that it would sit exactly straight on the table. She nervously glanced around the classroom with amber eyes at the other kids already talking and laughing. Some looked like they already knew each other from outside the academy. Even her neighbors on both sides were chatting with each other. Only she was alone. "Hey!" She jumped when an energetic voice suddenly spoke to her. The girl with long, dark brown hair tied in a long ponytail from the table ahead turned around and stared at her with big black eyes that seemed to sparkle. "Why yes. Your clip is cute. It looks so nice." She subconsciously touched the bunny hair clip on her head. "Thank you," she whispered shyly. She wanted to look away but remembered her dad telling her to properly look at a person when talking to them. She looked at the bubbly girl and noticed that she had a pretty mole under her eye and used it to return the compliment, albeit a little awkwardly. "My mom says so too," the girl smiled. "My name is Izumi. It means fountain. What's yours?" I am Okubo Momo." Okubo Momo and Uchiha Izumi met on their first day at the academy when they were only 6 years old. It was the start of a beautiful friendship that had endured 5 years of academy, month-long stretches where they barely spoke as they were busy as rookie kunoichi, facing each other in competitors at the Chunin exam, and simultaneously promoted to the Chunin rank. They had been compared to each other almost as long as they had been friends, and that had shaped their relationship to a significant extent. They were just as much rivals as they were friends. They respected each other and wanted to beat the other because of that. Straight-faced. Momo felt her spine stiffen. She exhaled and tried to ease up as she pulled out her sword from the scabbard. Izumi stood half a second away, an image of agility and feather-like weightlessness as she skipped on her feet. She flicked a pebble into the air. Both of them followed its trajectory until it began to descend when they shifted their attention to each other, having already calculated when the tiny stone would hit the ground. Blades of grass flew into the air as both kunoichi vanished when the pebble touched the green. A screech announced their clash. The leather wrapped on the hilt stretched as Momo pushed her sword's weight advantage against Izumi's kunai, but in the exact moment, Izumi pushed a metal vambrace around her other forearm against the sword, switching the power balance. Momo got red as she was shoved back. Izumi was faster and more agile than her and used that to its full advantage as she launched into a flurry with twin kunai. She danced around her, attacking from all angles, making defense harder by not allowing a moment of relief. However, even though Izumi was physically faster, the sword matched her pace. Momo efficiently used footwork to put her in the best position possible against Izumi's movements while her sword handled the heavy volume of attacks. She caught a gap among the attack and fought back with a wide horizontal swing which Izumi evaded by pulling away with a back handspring. Momo didn't waste any time activating her Kinjutsu. Her sword released pale smoke as she charged back in with confidence. Izumi's eyes widened in recognition and changed her midway into wanting to keep pressure and backed away. She was faster, but the sword had length to reach her. She still comfortably blocked with her kunai, but her eyes narrowed knowingly as the smoking blade cut through the metal like paper. She dropped the broken kunai as it became too hot to hold. Momo exploited the advantage and rushed in for the offense. Anyone else would have made the correct choice and fallen back to put some distance between them, but Izumi charged in, confident that she knew her well enough from all their spars over the years. The response wasn't surprising, but it was still annoying. The smoke emanating from her sword grew deeper as she, too, charged at her friend. Straight-faced. Among the kids in her age group in the clan, Izumi was among the weakest. She was physically weaker than everyone else and barely had the chakra to perform the basic 3. Clan training was miserable for her because she never won in spars and was always last in exercises. Her family didn't live in any of the Uchiha neighborhoods, so every time her mother would take her to the training, she would refuse to go and cry in her mother's arms as they walked to the training. If there were a silver lining, then it would be that her father would teach her taijutsu, saying that she would become stronger as long as she worked hard. It was the basics of hidden leaf kata because her father wasn't an Uchiha and had married into the clan, but it was still precious to her because those times had created the strongest memories of her father. He had died protecting her during the Ninetails Demon Fox's attack. After the attack, her mother moved them to the newly created Uchiha compound. From then on, she decided to get stronger to protect others instead of having others defend her. Izumi weaved hand seals as she ran toward Momo. Fire release, rabid rabbits. Splotches of fire sparked and materialized around her in the air before growing into nearly 24 rabbits made from fire that immediately targeted Momo, who dug her heels into the ground to stop and evade the bunnies who wanted nothing to hop into her embrace and exploded. Unfortunately for Izumi, Momo knew that if she struck the rabbits, they would explode in her face. Fortunately, Izumi planned around her knowledge. Evading was the only immediate option. The rabbits moved without her input and solely moved towards the target. If the target dodged, they would pursue them. She took out kunai and observed the rabbits' movements and how Momo dodged them. She predicted her movements and threw the kunai. Momo dodged another pair of rabbits when something glinted in her peripheral vision. She stepped to the side to get out of the way of 2 kunai, parried 2 more, and the last only managed to nick her clothes. She breathed out and returned her attention to rabbits still out to get her when a single kunai pierced a rabbit jumping at her. The rabbit exploded and made her cover her face with her arm. The exploding rabbit exploded 4 more, sending her flying away. Rabid rabbits as a C-rank jutsu. Due to the many rabbits, each rabbit was weak and insufficient to do critical damage. It wasn't supposed to be a jutsu to take down an enemy, but an option to throw off the enemy of their momentum and create an opening to attack. Izumi equipped 2 kunai and began to walk toward Momo, waiting for all the rabbits to explode. The temperature suddenly rose and an expanding dome of roaring fire hit the remaining rabbits, which exploded before they could reach Momo, who suddenly leapt out of the flames and flew down from the air with her sword gleaming in silver, that she swung down to release a silver-blue sword beam of chakra. Izumi jumped to the side to avoid it. The intense beam hit the ground and scarred the earth where she stood moments before. Momo moved fast as soon as she was on the ground and pursued with a ferocious intensity. Her sword was replaced into its scabbard as she wove her hand seals. The earth below and around Izumi turned into mud and tentacle-like mud appendages shot towards her. Izumi cut one of them before it could grab her and kicked another off her leg, but 3 more grabbed onto her and pulled her down into the ground. Izumi immediately shrugged them off as they weren't sturdy enough to hold her down, but the jutsu had already fulfilled its purpose as even though she saw Momo's foot coming for her face, her body was delayed long enough for her to be unable to react. She was sent flying by the decisive kick and ragdolled on the ground a couple of times before she forcefully regained balance, only to see the glinting sword blade coming down at her. She raised her arms and blocked the blade with her forearm vambraces. Izumi groaned in pain as, even though the vambrace saved her from being cut, the sword's impact force traveled down to her bone. There was once a time when Izumi compared her progress against Itachi. He never came to the clan training when they were kids, but was still stronger than everyone in their group combined. He didn't come because he was that strong. She didn't let that deter her and continued to chase him as a goal, thinking that as long as she worked hard, she would catch up. She never came close, but that didn't bother her until he graduated after 1 year at the academy, which made her realize her foolishness. Momo replaced him as the new goal among her peers. She was good at everything she did. It took Izumi a couple of years at the academy to catch up by building up her strengths to shore up her weaknesses. But even though they were considered equal, Izumi knew she was always half a step behind. For the longest time, she was happy with that. She was satisfied with her progress and glad to have a rival against which to compare herself. That was no longer the case. There's a simple solution to resolve everything. You become a jonin? To be more precise, you rise so high that when clan bigwigs respect her because of you, she'll have no choice but to realize that her daughter is not one to be tied down, but it's a tough road. She wanted her mother to be proud of her and not worry about her. For that, she had to be a jonin, which wouldn't be possible if she was satisfied being behind someone. If someone who was once the last of their academy class could leave behind people behind to become one of the first chunin among their peers, then she should be able to put her rival one step behind her. As Momo's sword came swinging down at her, Izumi's black iris turned red. Momo clicked her tongue when she saw Izumi activate her Sharingan and effortlessly dodge her sword. Rather than pile on pressure, she jumped several meters away because she knew she was no longer fighting the same opponent. A year and a half ago, she wouldn't have feared Izumi's Sharingan because she didn't like to use it, and it was straining on her naturally low reserves. She still trained them because a Uchiha who was not trying to advance their eyes was plain stupid. But in the last year, she had gone through 2 growth spurts that also boosted her reserves, which had made her completely comfortable having her Sharingan up and active through long fights if she wanted. Momo had made acquaintances with several clan shinobi and sparred against them regularly to find their weaknesses. As much as she hated to lose, she despised losing to clan shinobi, especially those Kekkai Jinkai. She also sparred against Izumi regularly, but she was one of her best friends. There wasn't a kinder girl out there. But that didn't change that she had considerable experience against the Uchiha Jutsu, more than any other Kekkai Jinkai, enough to think that no one would complain if she claimed to be somewhat of an anti-Sharingan expert. She held up her sword as Izumi zapped towards her with 3 commas spinning in her eyes before suddenly changing her direction to attack her from the side even faster. Momo could barely move her sword fast enough to block the kunai as the impact sent sparks flying. She swung her sword down, but Izumi effortlessly sidestepped at the very last second. The Sharingan worked effortlessly to show Izumi things Momo could only imagine. Izumi launched a combination at the highest gear that was all expertly blocked by Momo, who kept pace. She was expecting another quick combo, but Izumi suddenly slowed and threw off her rhythm, which was immediately punished with a kick to the kneecap and an elbow to the face. Roughly half a year ago, Izumi had met with Lady Uchiha, who took a liking to her and started giving her advice. At first, Momo thought their meetings would be about Jinjutsu as Uchiha Mikoto was Takuma's Jinjutsu teacher, but surprisingly, Izumi was learning Taijutsu. She was a Taijutsu-heavy fighter due to her struggles with low chakra reserves. She was outstanding, but after meeting Mikoto, she had become terrifying. Momo stopped her from attacking by launching a diagonal strike, shockingly parried by her vambrace at the perfect angle and time. Uchiha's interceptor fist. Momo was exposed as her sword arm flew back, opening her up. Izumi smoothly stepped in and smashed a body shot into her side that moved her organs around. She didn't know what the Uchiha Kunoichi had taught her friends, but it had overhauled her combat style. Izumi used to have the fighting style she had been developing for years, but half a year ago, that changed. Every time she fought Izumi, she faced a fighter that seemed lab-grown to be the antithesis of herself. Each time they fought, each sparring round, Izumi found and exploited weaknesses like she was full of them. It shook her confidence for some while, and she was forced to reevaluate her entire combat style and philosophy. To confirm a doubt, she introduced her to one of her many acquaintances over a sparring session. And her doubts were proven right, as even though Izumi started by using her own style as the fight progressed, she adapted to become a better counter to her opponent and exploited weakness with Uchiha's interceptor fist. For the first time in nearly 9 years, they knew each other. Momo felt that her friend and rival would leave her behind. She couldn't let that happen. Momo let go of her sword and endured the devastating blows. Her vision was doubled as she blocked another attack and grabbed Izumi's arm before pulling her close with a jerk to smash foreheads. Surprise flashed through Izumi's red eyes as she squinted from the sudden pain. If she was finding and exploiting weaknesses, the only way to go was to either close them, improve them, or replace them with something better. Each time Izumi showed her a weakness, she would try to solve it, test it out with someone else, and then fight her again, and the cycle would repeat. Fighting her had become a miserable experience, and she preferred actual combat to their spars. Momo failed more than she had ever, but she continued because one thing was clear. Izumi made her better. Straight-faced. Between Itachi and Momo, Izumi felt that the latter was more remarkable. She was aware that Itachi was a jonin and thus magnitude stronger. But Itachi's strength had always been a mystery. She had no idea how he got so strong. In fact, she had no idea how strong he was. But she knew a lot more about Momo. She had witnessed her friend's growth over the years. If that had taught her something, it would have been to be grateful that she was born as a Uchiha, because she didn't believe she could have kept up with her without the Sharingan. Lady Makoto had taught her to use the Sharingan beyond monkey copy. She had taught her to observe the enemy's style, break it down to understand it, find strengths to watch out for and weaknesses to exploit, and learn from the experience. At first, Izumi didn't get it, but once she understood, it felt like scales fell from her eyes. Their training involved sparring against Lady Makoto and other Uchiha members who mimicked the people they had fought, exposed her to many different opponents, and allowed her to experience so much that it often overwhelmed her. Since learning what Lady Makoto claimed should be common sense for every Uchiha, Izumi's sparring win rate had increased. She rarely lost anymore unless she fought people much stronger than her, even though she hadn't grown physically or learned powerful ninjutsu. Half of those rare losses came from Momo. Izumi held a kunai in each hand, aggressively attacked Momo, who had abandoned the sword, moved faster with freed-up dexterity, defended with the continuity of water, chaining moves with close to no gaps, and even flowing into attacks when the opportunity arose. Izumi looked for openings she had observed in previous fights and spotted one as Momo left her side open without a block. She immediately moved to punish when Momo's hand moved faster to grab her wrist before slamming her elbow into her chest. It was a bait. Surprised, she took a few steps back and saw the look of absolute concentration in Momo's eyes as she was already weaving hand seals. Izumi jumped out of the way as a wave of fire almost burned her before dodging a volley of shuriken thrown at a perfect timing. Izumi got up and saw Momo charging at her. She focused, and time seemed to slow down slightly as she observed Momo, who seemed to change every time they fought. As she entered melee range, Izumi remembered her usual patterns of favoring the right side and moved to defend from the right when she not only shifted to the left and swung a kunai in the left hand. Momo had already fixed that. Izumi still blocked the kunai because her Sharingan allowed her to react quickly. Anyone else would have been stabbed in the face. There was a second of lull before they exchanged a dozen strikes where Izumi came out on top, but Momo grabbed her and threw her away. The two kunoichi began weaving hand seals, and a large amount of chakra was mobilized in a training field reserved for Chunin. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. A long dragon curled in the air on Momo's side while a dragon head-shaped fireball formed before Izumi. The two dragons roared and flew towards each other as two B-rank ninjutsu clashed. Chapter 366. A team of Leaf Shinobi entered a small town near the northern edge of Land of Fire. They were far from Hidden Leaf Village, which wouldn't have been strange if the group wasn't part of the Leaf military police force, which generally only operated around the village. Uchiha Goki watched the townsfolk look at them suspiciously as they walked through the town. He and his team were pursuing a wanted criminal who had fled to this countryside town. They were tasked to apprehend and bring the criminal back to the village, and they got a tip that he had escaped to this town. The last time Goki had been this far from home was when he had participated in a drug farm raid with the narcotics task force under Takuma. It was a memorable day because he had unlocked his Sharingan. His life had changed significantly that day. He had gotten stronger as a shinobi, earned a chunin promotion, and was trusted with the responsibility to lead a team within the tactical unit at the police force that coordinated with any department that required their help. God bless his previous boss who had become a victim of office politics after an attempt on his life and a conscription order on top of it all. Goki was just glad that Takuma had made chunin after all that trouble. He saw a small tea stall worked by an old man and thought that someone elderly would know the town better, so he ordered some tea and snacks for his men and paid up front to make the old man more willing to answer their questions. "Have you seen this man?" Goki asked, pointing at a photograph one of his subordinates held. The old man squinted as he held the photo at a distance. "Oh, him. The man lives at the manor up the hill." They stepped out of the stall where the old man pointed at a hill at the end of the town. He couldn't see it, but Goki, with sharper vision, could see a small manor through the greenery. According to the old man, someone outside the town purchased the manor 1 year ago. No one in the town knew who bought it until 2 months ago when their criminal arrived, claiming to be the owner and possessing all the proper documents. He hired 2 people as house help and had been living there since. A recluse, that one. Didn't even come to the community hall to introduce himself. The townsfolk gathered to see the rare newcomers. Goki confirmed the tea stall owner's information with others. They all had identical things to say. "We have our target," he announced to his team. "Let's move." As the police force team left the stall, an unknown man, who had been gazing at them from the distance as they talked to others, stared at them from the corner of the street. He looked at the hill momentarily before turning around and disappearing into a building's shadow. Straight-faced. The manor was old and poorly maintained. The vines and crawlers covered the building, trying to make it part of nature. The overgrown grass almost reached their knees, and the fountain remained brown and devoid of water. Goki found it strange since their criminal, who had gotten filthy rich by trapping people in get-rich-quick schemes, had a lavish home in Hidden Leaf Village, and the manor was the complete opposite of it. He expected some cleaning when townsfolk had been hired as house help. Goki stepped to the front door of the building with one of his subordinates while the other 3 covered the back entrance. He was about to enter the building when he felt a gaze on him and whipped around to look at his surroundings with his Sharingan activated. "Is something wrong?" his subordinate whispered. Goki looked around for a few more seconds before shaking his head. He deactivated his eyes and gestured to head inside. Seeing the indoor match outdoors made him feel that something was wrong. Even if outdoors were neglected, indoors had to be adequately maintained to create a livable space. Was the tip wrong? Or had some townsfolk alerted their target who had fled? Or maybe they were misled here to waste time. A dozen thoughts passed his mind as they made their way into the dark interiors. It was so silent that he could hear the footsteps of his other subordinates from the other side. They reached a hallway which seemed cleaner than the rest of the house. At the end of it, yellow light spilt out from an ajar door. Goki straightened up, thinking he had found his target, and turned around to gesture to his accompanying subordinate, only to find no one behind him. His instincts screamed that his previous intuitions were correct and something was wrong. He immediately activated his Sharingan and turned his face back to the door. His heart crashed into his ribcage when he saw someone standing so close that he could feel their body heat. "You are here, finally." Goki tried to move away while pulling a kunai from his pouch, but he found ropes around his arms and legs. He tried to pull them as hard as he could but couldn't budge an inch. He felt something was wrong, and when he looked down, he felt his heart come to his throat. He saw that the ropes were actually snakes thicker than his arms slither up his body and coil around his torso. The texture of the snake's long body froze his resistance, making him clam up in panic. His eyes trembled when he looked up and saw the man's snake-like appearance, pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, purple markings around the eyes and fawn-like teeth. The pronounced cheekbones and straight waist-length black hair with some locks covered and framed his face. Orochimaru. He had seen the man's photographs several times, and there was no mistaking that the man before him was the traitorous Snake Sannin. "I've always said so, but these eyes are among the most beautiful eyes in the world," said Orochimaru as he stared into Goki's 1, Sharingan. "It's a pity that the people who this gift is bestowed upon as their birthright would never understand. Isn't it only right that someone who could do them justice should possess them?" Goki didn't know what to say. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. He was here to catch a criminal but was suddenly face to face with Orochimaru, who seemed to be waiting for him. However, what followed shattered his perception of reality. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and his jaw sank to unnatural limits before something he couldn't see shot out of his mouth and toward the ceiling. To Goki's surprise, Orochimaru's body slumped to the floor, unconscious or dead. The snake's grip on his body was maintained, and seeing the body lying on the floor didn't ease his fears because he could hear something slither behind him. He couldn't see what it was, but the wooden floor, walls, and ceilings creaked as though something big was pushing against them. Goki began to hyperventilate as the unknown gripped him in absolute terror. He slowly turned his neck around and screamed when he saw what was behind him before everything went dark. Straight-faced. Orochimaru opened his eyes and was immediately greeted by a vision he had always wondered what it would look like. He looked around, even though the hallway was dark, with the partially ajar door as the only source of light. He could see his surroundings as though they were moderate. The dust patterns, the cracks in the dry wood, the grime and rust on the metal handle, everything seemed so much clearer. He looked down at the snakes binding his new body, and he could see the chakra within them. It was a perception so different from what he had ever experienced that he felt aroused and thrilled from just imagining exploring the Uchiha Jutsu, knowing it had so much more to give. "Release me," he ordered his snakes. There was a few seconds of pause before they loosened their grip and slithered away. The door on the end of the hallway swung all the way open, and a young man with pale skin, vivid green eyes, angular facial features, and 2 scarlet dots on his forehead with shoulder-length white hair parted from the middle. "Is it done, Lord Orochimaru?" "It is," Orochimaru said in Goki's body. He smiled before throwing a kunai at him, which grazed his cheek before thudding into the wall behind him. "You're defenseless, Kimimaro." "What if I had failed?" "That would be an absurd thought," Kimimaro replied calmly. Orochimaru chuckled. He didn't have a subordinate who could match Kimimaro in terms of loyalty. Even the brainwashed root agents couldn't hold a candle to him. "Is everything taken care of?" he asked. "The others are in stasis under Jinjutsu. They won't notice the time pass when they wake up." A snake as thick as a leg slithered out of the room and stopped near Orochimaru's legs before opening its maw and spitting out a body identical to Uchiha Goki. They had stolen a Uchiha's body, which meant they had stolen their dojutsu. If the Uchiha clan found that someone had stolen their dojutsu, they would pursue them to death to retrieve the stolen eyes. Orochimaru had no plans to live Uchiha Goki's life, so they had to make it so that the young Uchiha died on the mission. For that purpose, they created a body identical to Goki's. "What if they test the eyes?" asked Kimimaro. "Then so be it," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly as he touched behind his ear where a seal was inscribed into the body. After the Uchiha clan claimed Shimura Danzo had stolen Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, the clan added a controversial internal clan law that had been disputed for many years. Every Sharingan possessing Uchiha now bore Fuinjutsu that would seal their eyes if there was any attempt to remove them. It worked even after death as the seal had internal chakra reserves to keep it running and would posthumously seal the eyes before it ran out of chakra. The seal had always been controversial because many Uchiha shinobi feared that allowing the seal would open an eventual path to the creation and implementation of an Uchiha equivalent of Hyuga's caged bird seal. They didn't want to be bound in servitude by anyone. But recent events pushed the law to be written into the clan's legislation. Orochimaru bypassed the seal because he never tried to remove the eyes and rather possessed the body itself. The fake body had a pair of eyes which resembled an average pair of Uchiha's eyes. He didn't know a lot about the seal, but his spy in Hidden Leaf Village had given him enough to create a serviceable surface-level mimicry. He hoped that as long as the mortician saw a pair of unharmed eyes and a working seal, they wouldn't look further. If they still found out, it didn't matter to Orochimaru because no one would know that he was behind it. The intention was to make the Uchiha clan believe there was nothing so they wouldn't look for their missing eyes. Nothing could remain a secret forever. There would come a time when someone would find out, and he would rather not have one of the most powerful shinobi clans on the planet after him as long as possible. Orochimaru noticed Kimimaro looking him up and down. "What is it?" Kimimaro hesitated for a moment. "Is this body a suitable vessel?" He realized what his subordinate was thinking and chuckled. "Except for the eyes, this body is average." "It won't last," he replied. Living corpse reincarnation. A jutsu developed by Orochimaru that allowed him to transfer his soul to someone else's body. It immortalizes one's mind, transferring it to a stronger body as the current host aged or died. Repeating the process periodically effectively allowed the user to remain alive, so long as they kept the host body alive while residing within it. However, there was a limitation as most bodies couldn't contain Orochimaru's soul and started deteriorating. He had to switch bodies before his current one died. Most could only handle his powerful soul for around 3 years, which was also the cooldown for the ability. There were bodies out there that could host him for longer. Kimimaro was among those rare vessels whose body could handle him for a lifetime. Not only that, but he also possessed the Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai, which allowed him to manipulate his skeletal structure. It was perhaps the strongest body Orochimaru would ever find, but fortune was against him as Kimimaro suffered from a terminal illness, disqualifying him as a host vessel. "May I then ask why take this risk, Lord Orochimaru?" asked Kimimaro. He was risking the Uchiha clan swearing blood revenge against him. "The Sharingan is the key to attaining all knowledge," said Orochimaru. He wished to acquire all the knowledge in existence, a feat that couldn't be achieved in a single lifetime. "You are my second choice, Kimimaro." Kimimaro didn't show any emotion. "Uchiha Itachi," he said plainly. "Yes, that's the vessel worthy of my soul. That boy has the greatest talent I have ever seen. Even greater than mine. I wish to have that body, his eyes," said Orochimaru, feeling a thrill as though about it. The Sharingan he had now was fascinating enough, he couldn't imagine what looking through Itachi's eyes would look like. "I would have targeted him, but Shimura Danzo told me that Itachi has achieved the Uchiha clan's pinnacle. Manjikyu Sharingan. He wouldn't be an easy target. I must understand the Sharingan if I wish to make him my vessel. Uchiha Goki was only a stepping stone. His true goal was Uchiha Itachi and his Mangekyo Sharingan. We must leave, Lord Orochimaru." "You're weak right now," said Kimimaro. He clenched his fist. "Yes, this body is pathetically weak. We will have to remedy that as long as possible. Enjoyable days are ahead of us, Kimimaro. Let's make the most of them." Orochimaru smiled as the single comma in his eyes split into half and grew into 2 commas. Chapter 367, Takuma stared at Uchiha Goki's photograph on the funeral altar. Goki wore his police force uniform in the photo with a stern expression befitting an Uchiha. When Arisa told him that Goki had died on a mission, he struggled to wrap his mind around the sudden news. Goki was their colleague at Narcotics Task Force, and the only Uchiha on their team before it gained momentum. He was there from the beginning, having joined immediately after the task force's formation was greenlit. He had contributed to the team's growth and given them much-needed connections through his identity as a Uchiha. Takuma's relationship with him was that of a work friend for the most part, as they didn't meet outside of work, but they had fought alongside each other and risked their lives fighting the rogue Chunin during the farm raid. That sort of experience built a strong connection that couldn't be easily defined. He had invited him and everyone who had been with him during the farm raid to his rank promotion ceremony. He paid his respects to the deceased and offered his condolences to the family before joining Masaki and Nenro in the back of the hall. Everyone involved with the farm raid was present at the funeral. The entire Uchiha shinobi population seemed to be present as well. He saw Makoto's family, Setsuna, who had introduced him to her, Kano, his first boss, Yakumi, the guy who had taken over the narcotics task force after him. He also spotted 4 Uchiha Jonin he recognized. Even though he had worked in the police force, he had never seen this many Uchiha in one place. Goki was only a chunin and didn't have impressive parents, so to see so much of the clan present showcased the kinship Uchiha felt for each other. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Nenro whispered as the ceremony proceeded, and a priest chanting sutras was in front. There would come a time in the future when we would part one day without knowing that it was the last time we saw each other. Takuma nodded with a sigh. It wasn't as though he was unfamiliar with loss, but he couldn't get used to the fact that in their occupation, someday, the people could suddenly die, and he wouldn't be there to protect them. Even thinking about it felt depressing because he couldn't figure out a solution, and he always came out of it feeling absolutely terrible. I would blame you if you die one day on a mission because it'd be your fault we didn't get to spend more time with you. And you would regret the same if I turned up dead, said Nenro bluntly as he gazed ahead. It was rare that he was so blunt without any of his usual polite tact. Takuma's lips pursed into a thin line. Those words weren't unique to Nenro. He knew most of his friends felt the same way. He tried to give them as much time as he could, but everyone, including him, agreed that it wasn't enough. They had repeatedly asked and invited him to outings, meals, and parties time after time, so much so that he wouldn't blame them if they cut him off. He was surprised they hadn't done it already. Those harsh words brought up another question that tortured him. His job and choices put him in danger so he could get stronger to survive. But was the survival worth it if he wasn't enjoying his life? He told himself he just needed to bear it all until the 4th Shinobi World War, and then he could live his life like he wanted, but would he have anyone left to enjoy life with by then? And who was to say that his drive to gain strength to survive would disappear at that time? What if he could no longer change it after living one way for so long? He closed his eyes as he felt his thoughts started to overwhelm him. He felt so helpless when facing those thoughts because he couldn't even slow down to properly contemplate them. Sometimes, he wondered if he should stop and live his life like a terminally ill cancer patient enjoying his limited days on the earth. Straight-faced. After the funeral, the farm raid team gathered for an after-meeting of sorts at an izakaya. There were 9 of them around a long table. The somberness from the funeral had subsided, and the group chatted and laughed among each other until Yuki Afumi posed a question. Was the mission dangerous? Arisa tapped the side of her tall glass of lime soda as she shrugged her shoulders. No, it wasn't. He had a full team with him. It should have been an easy job with the members, but it seemed the criminal. She stopped talking with an uncomfortable expression. Minoru rubbed her back to comfort her. Only Goki had died among his 5-person team. Another had gotten severely injured but had avoided dying. According to the team's account, the injured member was hit before he could even detect his assaulter. There was an explosion, which alerted the other members, and when they arrived, they found Goki dead. Where was this? Asked Inazu Commune. North, a town near our border with Land of Rice Fields, she replied. Isn't it now called Land of Sound? Yamanaka Iza added. Takuma frowned when he heard the country's name, wondering where he heard of it before remembering reading about the country renaming itself from Land of Rice Field and their daimyo starting a hidden village still in its fledgling beginnings. Minoru seemed to be in thought as he smiled. I met him in the hall the day before he left. He joked that he wished the tip was false so he could take a trip to the Valley of the End. I've been there with my dad, said Akimichi-man no Koji. How is it? Asked Masaki. Grand. It was a valley on the Fire Sound border and the venue for the battle between the 2 Leaf founders that ended with Senju Hashirama being victorious and the death of Uchiha Madara. The destructive power displayed in the epic battle left a scar on the earth called the Valley of the End. With a waterfall serving as the border with the countries on either side, the valley was later memorialized with 2 giant statues of the man combatants, Hashirama on the Land of Fire's side and Madara on the opposite side to symbolize his defection from the village. How strong would you think you need to be to feel safe? Takuma posed a question to the table. Before you answer, consider this. Getting stronger means going on more dangerous missions, but if you have noticed, the stronger you get, the fewer missions you go on because there's not a constant demand for that kind of strength. The missions you go on are more risky, but you don't have to take the risk as often. So my question is, what's the minimum or where's the balance where you think you'd be the safest as shinobi? He leaned back and watched as everyone contemplated his words. It has to be Jonin, right? Yamanaka Iza. The Jonin I know rarely go out on missions. Like maybe once or twice a year. A good number of them are retired as well, said Masaki, nodding. No, that's an incomplete view. Akimichi Madanokoji shook his head. That's only for older, more experienced Jonin. Newer Jonin goes on more missions alone or lead a team of Chunin. That means the risk is higher when you become a Jonin and only goes down later. The village gets the work out of Jonin before reserving them. I don't know if I agree. Statistically speaking, how many shinobi who make Jonin die? Asked Arisu, making the people around the table hum in agreement. Not that many. The truth is that the village protects Jonin because they're essential assets. They're protected until it's time for a war, said Yuhi Ifumi. Wars are outliers, Yamanaka Iza argues. They are not. We have seen 3 world wars. And they happen what, every 15 to 20 years? That seems consistent to me. I heard it from someone, but wars are where Jonin rosters are refreshed as the existing ones die and new ones are promoted into their place. What do you think? Takuma asked Nenro, one of his most intelligent friends. I think it's a privileged question, isn't it? We're assuming that everyone here has what it takes to become a Jonin, Nenro said, looking at everyone. It's nothing personal, and I'm including myself in it, but the chances of a Jonin emerging from this group is ridiculously low. Even though those words were harsh and stung, no one blamed Nenro because he was right. Becoming a Jonin was extremely hard, and it took a mixture of talent, hard work, and a copious amount of luck to make it happen. We only have a single Chunin here among us, Nenro pointed to Takuma sitting behind him, and yes, we are still young, but it's also true that an early Chunin promotion is an indicator of future Jonin potential. But at the same time, it's not enough. I have heard people talk about Chunin who were promoted young but never grew beyond it, so I don't know. If I could grow reliably, sure, I would say Jonin, but that's not something I can confidently say. My answer will be to get as strong as I can. Everyone around the table nodded. It was a tedious but sensible answer. They talked about achieving something most people fail to accomplish despite working hard their whole lives. And what about you? Arisu asked Takuma. He shrugged. If I knew the answer, I wouldn't have asked it. How about I remain a Chunin for the rest of my life but work on escape techniques? Like, even if I can't become a Jonin, what if I could flee from one reliably? Isn't that also a way to measure safety? If I can escape before a group of Chunin can kill me, isn't that good enough? It's not gold, but I'll take silver any day. That caused another round of discussion around the table, which developed into new topics, such as glass cannon versus stone walls. Takuma just sat there among the people he had fought alongside, listening to them and chiming in from time to time. Even though they had lost one of them, they were still together, which mattered. Straight-faced. After parting from others, Takuma didn't want to return home and wandered around the village to have some time to himself, but he didn't want to be alone, so he stuck to the busy parts and just walked among the crowd. In truth, he didn't want to think about the thoughts crowding his mind and wanted nothing more than to distract himself as he had done with the farm raid group that kept his mind off things. But he also knew they would bloat and bother him later if he didn't give them space. After the shadow clone situation, Sango put him on rest. He was to first recover to a state where he was getting healthy sleep before he could resume using clones in a limited capacity. It had disrupted his plans to the point that his anxiety levels were spiking, sometimes making him feel as though something was lodged in his throat. Goki's death hadn't helped. Once he was allowed to use the shadow clone jutsu again, he would need to find his ideal duration, which would not only take time to experiment, but he also didn't know if the results would be to his liking. What if he found that his brain could only handle 4 hours of a clone's experience before his brain began to struggle? That was nowhere near enough, in his opinion. Ah, this is so annoying. Takuma's whisper to himself died when his eyes caught the face of the person walking past him. He saw onyx eyes behind black-rimmed circular glasses and ash-gray hair tied up in a ponytail. Even though his memory was shoddy, there was no mistaking that he had just walked past Kabuto, one of Orochimaru's closest subordinates. He had completely forgotten and wasn't sure if Kabuto would be in Hidden Leaf Village. The shock of spotting someone instrumental to the chaos, destruction, death, and tragedy in the future shocked the dust of his memories, and suddenly, he remembered that Land of Sound was the home to the Hidden Sound Village, founded by Orochimaru. "Kill him," said a voice in his head. If he could kill Kabuto right now, he could possibly eliminate much of the danger waiting for the world in the future. He started following him through the crowd in hopes of getting to an isolated place for a possible ambush. Takuma had no idea how strong he was, but if he had an element of surprise, he could kill him. He had killed a Jonin, he could do it with Kabuto. Takuma's hand went to his weapon pouch, which was not there because bringing weapons to a funeral ceremony was beyond rude. He stopped in the middle of the road. The lack of a weapon made him calm. Kabuto was present at the Chunin exam he had read about, which was still a couple of years in the future. There was no need to be careless because Kabuto wasn't running away. "I'm an Anbu Yunin," Takuma said to himself. As much as he wanted him dead, an alive Kabuto had his value. There was no need to hurry. There was an opportunity to milk the cow before butchering it for meat. Chapter 368, Coming Across Kabuto lit a fire of urgency in Takuma. That weekend, he found himself in an office for an appointment. He sat on a lounger seat facing a full-wall library stacked with leather hardbacks on the mezzanine that stretched across 3 walls. "Apologies for keeping you waiting." The door behind opened, and an academic man stepped into the room. He was impeccably dressed in a crisp shirt, pants, and hair perfectly set with product. He smelled so incredible that Takuma would have not minded leaving if he had just got to know where to buy the cologne. "How do you know Amami?" the man asked as he sat opposite him on an identical lounger. Chunin Jonin Yamanaka Inenpachi was an Irionin Amami had recommended to him. Even though Sangdo had successfully diagnosed his health problem, the treatment was a bigger problem. He needed shadow clones to keep pace with his plans, and Kabuto's appearance made him want to fast-track them. "We met through work." As Anbu advised, Takuma kept his response short and vague when talking about work. "Thank you for meeting me at such short notice." "Please, it's the least I can do for Amami's friends," Inenpachi smiled. "So what's the problem?" Takuma explained his situation. He knew the shadow clone jutsu and had been using a clone for training and work purposes. At first, Inenpachi nodded while taking notes, but when Takuma got to the hours he had a clone up daily, his jaw dropped, and his pen stopped writing. It only got worse when he revealed that he had been doing so for months. "That's a lot, Takuma." "I'm genuinely surprised that you weren't hospitalized," said Inenpachi with genuine concern. He then silently made notes for a minute. "I agree with the other doctor's consultation. You need to recover first before you can test your limit." "There's not much research on this topic," said Takuma. Inenpachi shook his head. "It's a niche topic because of how few people can use the jutsu. That makes research into the topic unattractive. I wish to do that research." "Pardon?" Inenpachi looked up from his notebook. "I plan to use shadow clones extensively for productivity purposes, which includes creating more when I have chakra for it, which will happen soon, I believe. But for that to happen, my brain needs to be able to process the information. I need your help with it." "My help?" "You're a Yamanaka. Your clan is an expert on matters of mind and its effects on the body. It'll be difficult to find someone outside who holds similar expertise," Takuma said calmly. "I looked into you. You're active in academic circles. How about it? Would you like to work together with me? As in co-authoring a paper?" "I don't need credit," said Takuma, dangling an offer. "You can take all the credit as long as we are successful." I just want to be able to use shadow clones in the high single-digit hours every day, at least. I can't do it on my own because it's kilometers away from my wheelhouse, so I need an Irionin with relevant expertise, and from my research, you are the right fit. Inenpachi worked at a hospital owned by his clan, but he also ran a successful private clinic on the side. Other than seeing patients and teaching students, he was actively involved in medical research in the field of mind and neuroscience. Takuma even called Dr. Oishi, Taro's dad, to have him check the quality of Inenpachi's research. The review was positive. He seemed like the man for the job. What do you say? Do you want to commit? Asked Takuma. If Inenpachi refused, he had a few more options in Hidden Leaf Village, and if those failed, his last option was to try trial and error in hopes that he stumbled into some progress. Inenpachi capped his pen and tapped it on his notebook. He looked at his desk in the middle of the office for a moment before closing his notebook. It'll require me to look into your mind to monitor it. Most people don't feel comfortable with that, said Inenpachi. Will you look into my memories? Asked Takuma. He had considered that possibility, knowing he was coming to a Yamanaka. The research won't require it. Then I have no complaints. When can we get started? Allow me to sleep on it before I give a final decision. I'm expecting a positive response, Takuma said as he shook hands with Inenpachi. Straight-faced. With his break over, Takuma was back at the office. He was called into Campbell's office first thing in the morning and was surprised to see a new face in the office. He instantly recognized that the person was from the Aburame clan because the man's eyes were obscured by circular blackout shades, and he wore clothes that covered the majority of his body. For a moment, he thought it was their Anbu captain, Aburame Senpachi, but the man was far too young. Radel, this is Krite, Campbell introduced them. Krite was a Campbell squad member who had been away on a mission for months. He was supposed to return over a month ago, but a complication delayed his return. It's nice to finally meet you, Krite. Takuma extended his hand to his missing teammate. Likewise, Krite replied shortly, his voice unusually deep. He shook Takuma's hand with a gloved hand. Did your mission go well? Takuma asked as he sat down. Krite nodded wordlessly. Takuma knew about him, he was a taciturn person. He didn't want to stereotype, but the other Aburame he knew from his Land of Frost mission with Irika also didn't speak much. Both of you'll be working together on your next case, said Campbell, which immediately made Takuma frown. Is this another minorship? He asked. I want 2 operatives on this case, Campbell replied, which made Takuma calm down before continuing. Also, yes, this is a minorship. Campbell continued before he could say anything. Regardless, you worked your last case alone. This time, I want you to work with one of your teammates. This is not a discussion, so get on with it. Takuma sighed before glancing at Krite, who just stared back, which didn't make him feel any better. I heard about what happened with Dole from Karakara, Krite said as they settled in his office to discuss the case file. The office was bigger than Takuma's, yet there was barely enough space to walk. There was no clutter in the office. Instead, the desk was double the size suitable for the room's size. Bulky cabinets lined the walls. Where Takuma had a single couch, Krite had a full set with a table. Tall plants sat between every piece of furniture as though Krite hated empty space and did everything to eliminate it. And finally, everything seemed to be made from heavy wood. She also told me about your case. I was impressed, Krite continued. Thank you, Takuma replied as he watched an insect crawling on the desk to stare at him before continuing its way on the desk's length. He was struck by the realization that the interior design decisions were made to create a lot of space for bugs and insects to burrow and hide. Knowing that he was looking for insects, he instantly spotted them everywhere in the room. He suddenly felt disgusted, knowing that he was in a space teeming with insects, only to realize that the room was spotless if he ignored the insects. What I'm saying here is that you shouldn't worry about a repeat. As the lead on this case, I'll be transparent with you and respect your decisions if they're of value. I'll explain and justify my decisions if you don't understand. Feel free to voice your thoughts, said Krite. Takuma gazed at his taciturn senior teammate and wondered how much he should believe it. That sounds great. I look forward to working with you, Takuma replied, politely. Great. Let's move on to this case. The case was a curious one. Elise Sensorinine was traveling through the heart of the country when she felt a pulse of intense yet bizarre chakra signature from the forest. It was unlike anything she had ever felt, which made her curious. She waited a few hours to see if she would feel it again, but it never appeared. She went to the nearest leaf post and reported the chakra signature. The post investigated but found nothing. A similar report was lodged at another post almost a year later by a different Sensorinine. They followed up with an investigation, which went cold quickly, and nothing was ever found. However, the same post then received another report after a year, which caused them to contact the nearby posts to see if someone else had similar reports, which was when they found that another post had a similar report. We are asked to come because all three Sensorinine described the signature as something they hadn't experienced before. Krite turned the page on the file and read, they describe it as something inhuman. Our mission is to find and identify the source of the chakra signature. What do you think it is? Asked Takuma. Despite having a Sensorinine in Minoru as a subordinate in the narcotics task force, he wasn't knowledgeable about the world of Sensorinine and chakra signature except for knowing how to mask his chakra. They describe it as inhuman, so maybe it's an animal with access to chakra. Krite wiggled a finger, and a bug landed on his glove finger. All my bugs have chakra signatures, but they're so small that most Sensorinine can't detect them, but that might not be the case with a much bigger animal. What if it is an animal? A record will be made about it. If the forest had been close to a village or town, we would have looked into whether there were cases of animal attacks or missing people, but there's no need for that in this case, so we will leave it in peace. Straight-faced. Around twice a month, Takuma visited Mito Hospital of Leaf during lunchtime because it was AI and Dr. Oishi's place of work, and AI insisted that they eat lunch together every other week. It was also the hospital he was brought to when he was dancing with death after the failed assassination attempt and had spent his entire physical rehabilitation and recovery in the hospital. So it pissed him off when he found that Kabuto also worked at the same hospital. The first thing he did after spotting Kabuto was to find where he lived and worked. The location of Kabuto's home was nothing special, but it bothered Takuma that he worked so close to the people he cared about. Kabuto joined the hospital a few months after Takuma left for war. According to his records, he had recently completed his medical training outside Hidden Leaf Village and was officially recognized as an Irionin before being hired by the hospital. Since then, he has also participated in a Chunin exam and forfeited before the final round. Takuma stood at the end of a hallway and stared at AI chatting with Kabuto. From every angle, he seemed like a normal, charming person, but Takuma's knowledge prevented him from seeing him as anything other than a considerable threat. His face twitched his anger and displeasure. He wanted nothing more than to pull AI away from him and warn her not to associate with Kabuto, but he wanted to avoid direct confrontations with the spy, so he patiently and only approached her when they were done. "I'm hungry." AI rubbed her hand as she eyed the paper bag in Takuma's hand. "Who was that guy?" Takuma asked nonchalantly. "Yakushi Kabuto," she said while looking into the bag. "Nice guy, good at his job, he's popular among the girls. Honestly, I'm envious of how much the patients love him." "Really?" "He looks dumb," he said, bluntly. "Come on now, don't be mean." "I don't like him." "Why?" AI looked up at him, surprised. "I don't know. Just don't like his vibe," Takuma said, looking over his shoulder at Kabuto's back. "You're just jealous he's better looking than you." Takuma narrowed his eyes at her. "I forgot to tell the shop to not put in green peppers. I was going to eat them for you, but I'll not now. I hope they're bitter." Chapter 369, Takuma was back at Yamanaka Ininpachi's clinic. "I'm interested in this research," said Ininpachi. He already knew the Irionin had decided to take on the research because he would have politely declined over a phone call if he didn't want to. "I'd like to preface this by saying we don't know if there'll be a positive outcome." We can set a target and work towards it, but there's no guarantee we'll succeed. Research is about asking a concise question and finding the answer, which could very well be not to our liking. Takuma nodded in understanding. He was aware that all of the time and effort could go to waste, but he so desperately wanted the shadow clone jutsu to be the booster he needed it to be. Without it, he didn't know how he would get stronger at the required pace. Seeing that you agreed, you think it's possible, said Takuma. Inenpachi nodded. Are you familiar with chakra-assisted growth? Chakra-assisted growth was the phenomenon where training growth would be boosted by chakra. If someone was training to be stronger, the person's chakra would stimulate growth in the desired direction. It was the primary reason shinobi exceeded human limits and gained supernatural physical prowess. Is it the same with the mind? Takuma leaned forward in his chair. If chakra-assisted growth could be applied to mental faculties and he could boost his memory, thought, and sensory processing capabilities, it would be huge for every aspect of his life. The mind and brain are much more complex than the body. If we could produce similar results to physical gains, my clan would have already taken over the world by now, Inenpachi answered. However, the brain is already capable of so much more than most people think. We just need to make it available to you, and I believe that chakra-assisted growth can be the answer to your problem. Okay, how are we going to do it? Asked Takuma. First, we need to understand the problem. You're using shadow clones in a way that they weren't supposed to. They were created so a shinobi could create temporary help or send a riskless scout into a dangerous situation. They weren't supposed to be used for training like you are doing, said Inenpachi. It's a waste not to. I understand. However, you're an edge case because of how extreme you are. Shadow clones can be used for an entire day, and it wouldn't be a problem because the brain can sufficiently handle memory consolidation and emotional processing during sleep. Maybe you'd be fine for a few days, perhaps even for a week, but when you start pushing consistently high loads for weeks and months without a break, you're putting an amount of stress that piles up without any chance to recover. So, it was my fault. Absolutely. Tell me, did you feel unstable and fluctuating emotions? Asked Inenpachi. Takuma nodded. He had been massively irritated when Okahachi was missing, and he felt every failure to find him would bother him for a few days. He hadn't thought much of it back then, but looking back at it, he was all over the place. He thanked himself for not doing anything stupid at Maizuru quarters. That should have been the sign you were overworking your brain. Our initial goal will be to reach a place where your brain can handle a clone's memories and experience who has been up the same number of hours as you. Wait. I said that I'd soon be able to create more clones. I need to be able to work with them, said Takuma. I'm not saying that wouldn't be possible, but we need to keep our scope limited to have a better chance at success. We don't have much research to build upon, so in my opinion, this approach would be wise. Inenpachi explained the logic calmly as though it was normal. Takuma wasn't satisfied, but he also wasn't an expert in the field. Inenpachi seemed so professional and confident in his words that he didn't even feel he could convince him to expand the scope. All right, I'll rely on you for matters of research, Takuma nodded with a sigh as he settled into his chair. What do you need for me to do? There are some non-negotiables you must do for this to be fruitful, Inenpachi said seriously. First, I'll dictate how many hours you can use a clone daily. You must not overshoot it under any circumstances. Consistency in data is essential for any good research. Second, you would need to come in at least once or twice a week so I can monitor the state of your mind. What if I'm busy with work? My job requires me to travel often, said Takuma. He was leaving the village with Krite for a few days to investigate the strange chakra signature. Of course, I understand those circumstances. I only want regular records so we can monitor changes. It'll be high on the list of my priority, Takuma assured him. Anything else? Yes, one final thing, but it's perhaps the most important thing. What is it? You need at least 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep every night. Your mind and body do most of the restoration and recovery while it sleeps, so you must give it that time to do its job. Takuma's facial muscles twitched at the demand. He hadn't slept more than 6.5 hours since he had started training with Mariboshi during his academy days. His time at the hospital was the only exception, and even then, he only slept an hour more. Now, he was a busy Anbu Yunin with a heavy workload and was asked to sleep at least 8 hours daily. How about 7? Takuma tried to negotiate. Ideally, I'd want 9, but I'm compromising with 8. I don't know a lot about you. Still, you seem to be the type who works and trains excessively, so I understand why you feel uncomfortable, but believe me, a good night's sleep will boost your productivity, Inenpachi said straightforwardly. Takuma's face contorted, showing how uncomfortable he was at the prospect of adding an hour and a half of sleep to his schedule. That was the same as his morning training session. He groaned while staring at Inenpachi, hoping the Irionin would cut half an hour off, but when that never came, he sighed and nodded in defeat. Fine, I'll sleep. Straight-faced. It took Takuma and Krite 6 hours to reach the nearest leaf post in a small town where 2 of the 3 reports by Sensory Nin had been registered. The post was a small office with 10 or so Jinin who served the nearby towns and villages. Even their head was an old Jinin. All of them, including the head, were stiff, scared of making any wrong moves. They hadn't been informed that 2 Anbu Yunin would be visiting them. All of them were career Jinin who would either renew their contracts or become low-level bodyguards for some local businessman. So, where were these strange chakra signatures noticed? Takuma asked. There's a large forest a few hours away from here called Taihio Evergreen Forest. Our 2 reports were reported from our side of the forest, but the other report was registered on the other side, the head replied as he poured in orange squash for both of them. Takuma and Krite looked at each other. Taihio Evergreen Forest was a vast wild forest that spanned thousands of square kilometers. If the same chakra signature was felt on opposite sides of the forest, it either meant that the signature was strong or the animal was moving around, there were multiple of them, or all of the above. What did you find in their search? We launched a few investigations. All of us went into the forest to find the source, but when we couldn't find anything after multiple attempts, we gave up. The same goes for other posts. The head looked unsure as he asked, Is there something wrong in the forest? That's what we are here to find out. Did you notice anything special? If there was anything special, we didn't see it. Very well, Takuma said as he stood up with Krite to leave. We'll look into it. Straight-faced. So, how are we going to look into it? Takuma asked Krite as they stood on the edge of the Taihio Evergreen Forest. There were only 2 people. If the 10 Jinin at the post couldn't find anything, how could they do any better, even if he used his Earth Release, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu all day? We should have requested for a Sensory Nin. Because Krite was the lead on the case, it was his call. Takuma thought he would put in a request for one, but he never did. It's okay, we don't need one, Krite said as he removed one of his gloves while looking into the forest through his shades. Campbell put me on this mission for a reason. Takuma's eyes widened when he saw minuscule holes all over his hand. He stepped closer to the forest and waved his hand for a bunch of whitish-green worms to spray out. They landed on the dirt and stayed still for a few seconds before digging underground. What do they do? Asked Takuma. They're called shoikeichu, he replied while asking Takuma to follow him into the forest. They can sense chakra signatures. I'll spread them throughout the forest. We'll find some answers by tomorrow or the day after that at most. And for the second time in his life, Takuma felt envious of the Aburin clan. Even though he didn't want hundreds or thousands of bugs using his body as a host, he couldn't help but envy the sheer versatility of their clan's insect-based hidden jutsu. They had been breeding various types of insects for generations and developed insects with various uses. He predicted that, given a few decades to a century, they would have insects who could do everything one desired and become one of the strongest clans in the world. Do you think it's one strong animal or a group of them? Takuma asked as they jumped from one forest to another. We'd have more information if we could talk to the Sensory Nin, but all of them are far and busy. However, the simplest answer is most often the correct one. 3 reports over 2 years, it's probably a group that's growing through reproduction, Krite answered while continuing to spread the worms. They had already spread close to 1,000. Occam's razor. What? Nothing. Let's just hope that's true. Straight-faced. 2 days later, they had an answer. It's not an animal or a group, Krite said. His voice, which was usually calm, had a tone of doubt. They stood at the edge of the forest. He had a handful of worms twice the size. They were 2 days. They wriggled in his palm. They seemed to be communicating something to him. Takuma glanced at his head, wondering if there was a worm in Krite's brain that allowed him to communicate with other worms. The thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Then what is it? Asked Takuma. Krite turned to him and said, It's a building. Chapter 370. Deep inside Taihio Evergreen Forest, Takuma and Krite hid in the bushes as they stared at a large hatch obscured by the forestry just enough to hide it from anyone who didn't know what they were looking for. That chakra signature is coming from here? Asked Takuma as he looked around and felt that the density of trees in the area was almost double that of the forest average everywhere else, as though they were planted to cover up the location. It made sense why the investigations didn't find anything. They were truly deep in the forest without any indication of the presence of a man-made building. Krite nodded as his chakra-sensing worms wriggled all over his hand. There's a structure in there, and seeing that the worms can't enter, it's either made from concrete, metal, or reinforced with earth-release ninjutsu. But the source is definitely coming from whatever is underneath the hatch. Takuma weaved hand seals before stamping his hand into the ground. Earth release, earth tremor sense jutsu. He closed his eyes and felt the response from the chakra laced with seismic vibrations come back to him. He breathed out in surprise when he roughly felt the outline of a humongous underground bunker beneath his feet. What do you think is in there? He asked after communicating his findings. Well, we can only find it by looking inside. Double-check your equipment. We're going in there, said Krite as he began to check his weapon and equipment packs. There's no need for us to go in there. Takuma stopped him. I know the shadow clone jutsu. We should send one in there as a scout. It was made for reconnaissance. It would be the first time he used the jutsu for its intended purpose. Krite was silent for a moment before nodding. Let's do that. I'll also send some of my insects in for more coverage. Smart move, Takuma nodded. He weaved hand seals and felt the two energies rush out of his body. A puff of smoke later, a shadow clone stood beside him. Krite held his hand out, and several bugs flew out of his hand and settled on the clone's clothes all over his body. The clone flinched and took a step back. When he realized that the bugs were only sitting on his clothes, he stopped and apologized to Krite. It's okay, Krite accepted the apology. He craned his neck, and a blue bug flew out from his collar to the hatch. If that lands on the hatch, there might be Fuinjutsu on the door, but if it comes back, you are clear to enter. They waited for a minute before the blue fly returned. I'm off then, said the clone as he cautiously walked to the large hatch, a double-door entrance the size of a queen-sized bed. There was a smaller hatch in the bigger panels. He pulled it and wasn't surprised to see that it was locked. The obstacle was quickly resolved with an augmented stomp, which snapped the locking mechanism and bent the thick metal panel. It was time to find out what was inside the unknown bunker in the middle of a forest. Straight-faced. Takuma climbed down the dark flight of stairs under the hatch. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, and the light pouring from the broken entrance helped. The stairs were as broad as the full hatch and went down at least 2 to 3 floors before he reached a corridor illuminated with dim green bulbs. Seeing the lit bulbs made him believe there were more than chakra-enabled beasts in there. He approached the double doors at the end of the corridor and squatted under the see-through glass panels. He took out a small mirror, held it up to look through the reflection, and saw another corridor, this time illuminated in normal white light, split into 2 directions. More importantly, he saw a room with a large glass window with a view of the corridor, resembling a typical guard station. The double doors were locked. Fortunately, the chair in the guard station was unoccupied. He quickly got to picking the lock, which was only accessible from the other side, but that wasn't a problem for him. A minute later, he felt the mechanism click and the doors opened. He hurried inside and briskly walked to the edge of the corridor. There was no knowing when a guard might return to the office. He looked around the corners, and when he saw no one, he quickly went into the station for any clues. He found a guard duty list with around 20 names in a drawer. It was a bigger number than he would have guessed, as hidden facilities in the middle of nowhere needed a smaller crew than a place in the middle of a city, as the facility's remote location did most of the protection. The great number of people who knew of the facility not only posed a security risk, but the facility being in a remote area was a problem from a supply and logistical standpoint in terms of keeping them fed. Whoever established the facility valued it enough to put in a larger crew. It made Takuma wonder what was happening in the bunker. There was nothing more of importance in the guard station, so he moved inwards into the bunker. The interior was brutalist, solely built for function. As he turned around the corner, he noticed one of Kreit's insects took flight and went in the opposite direction. He wished for its success before proceeding forward, only to instantly run into a problem when he heard footsteps coming from around the corner. He put his hand near his weapon pouch, ready to retrieve and strike out with a kunai at a moment's notice, as he silently backed away and turned around the corner to hide himself. He kept his ears sharpened while looking around for options. He saw air vents, but they were too small to fit even his smaller teenage body. He stopped around a corner, ready to slash out, but the guard didn't turn into his corner and instead kept on walking. He glanced at the guard's back and saw a man dressed in the dark gray version of Leaf's standard gear without the flak jacket. It didn't surprise him because the design was reliable, field-tested, and mass-produced. The many contractors who supplied Hidden Leaf also sold it to others with modifications like color. With his heart thumping in his chest, Takuma made his way through the bunker. Each step was tense because he did not know what was around the corner. He found himself at a door with a glass panel. Inside, two men in white doctor's coats are standing around a gigantic moose with majestic antlers on a metal operating table. The megafauna was bigger than a specially gaudy pickup truck. The two men seemed to be taking various samples from the animal. He heard footsteps and immediately moved to avoid getting caught. He moved deeper into the bunker and saw more rooms with more animals. However, it was immediately apparent that they weren't normal. He saw mice the size of small dogs, a wasp the size of a calf, and a massive wolf with two tails. It couldn't be more evident that these were chakra-enabled beasts, which might explain the inhuman chakra the sensorinine had sensed. As he had expected from seeing the duty list, guards were stationed around the bunker. All of them were lax as they sat on stools against the wall, which signaled that the bunker hadn't faced any danger in a long time, but that still presented its challenges as their stationary presence locked out routes from him. Fortunately, Kreit's bug explored where he couldn't. However, the next room he saw made him stop in his tracks. He saw a man lying on the operating table. Blood and gore dripped down from the edges of the table as the flesh from the right side of the man's body was stripped clean, leaving the untouched bones in view. It didn't look like the work of a human, and it seemed that the body's flesh turned into sludge and simply slid off. Takuma had seen his fair share on the battlefield. He had inflicted horrible things on people in the name of interrogation, but the sight before him made him tremble with horror. The two men in white coats, stained with blood splatter, showed no surprise or disgust in their eyes as they talked and observed the corpse. It was human experimentation. He couldn't watch anymore and walked away, but the sight remained seared into his eyes, which made his focus slip for a moment as he turned around a corner and froze up when he saw a guard sitting a few steps away from him. The guard was reading a book and had his head partially turned away from him, but not enough to be sure if Takuma would go unnoticed. Chaos sparked within him as he was torn between two instinctual options: sneak back behind the corner or attack the guard, causing him to freeze momentarily. The guard slightly shifted his posture, which was enough for fight to win over flight, and he rushed forward with chakra gathering in his palm. The guard finally looked at him, but it was too late as Takuma's augmented fist socked him across the face, knocking him out on impact. "Shit," Takuma whispered when he saw teeth fly out of the man's mouth. He had made the punch too strong and shattered the jaw too severely. There was already blood on the floor. He picked up his unconscious victim and dragged him to the nearest dark room to hide the body. He slipped back into the corridor with the guard's ripped pants sleeve and used the water canteen sitting by the stool to wipe the blood. He frantically cleaned because even though the guards were stationary, the experimenting scientists could step out. Fortunately, he could clean it enough before anyone showed up because each encounter increased his chance of getting caught. Back inside the room, he stashed the guard into the innermost corner. The room seemed to be a document archive, making it the perfect location to find out more about what was happening in the bunker. He went through files, and most of them didn't make any sense to him because of the scientific jargon, mathematical formulae, and tables of data. However, he had read his fair share of research literature to better understand his ninjutsu arsenal and know where to look if he wanted a simple overview. He looked at the titles, introduction, and conclusion sections to piece together some coherent information, bringing cold sweat and chills down his spine. He was right. They were doing human experimentation. They were studying chakra-enabled beasts and how to implant unique qualities seen in those animals into human subjects to create augmented humans. The research text was sterile as seen in academic literature, and that's what made him feel uncomfortable when he saw how they treated humans and animals like test subjects by stripping everything that made them living beings. Orochimaru? His eyes widened when he saw the Snake Sannin's name pop up in one of the reports. He stopped to read the section more carefully and found that the research they were doing in the bunker was a fork of some past research Orochimaru had done. Was this one of his illegal research labs? Hidden Leaf had done a widespread purge and confiscation of his assets when he fled and turned traitor, which included many of his research labs spread throughout the country, and while that fact was paraded in the news as a success, anyone in the know understood that they possibly couldn't have gotten everything. This was such a massive discovery that he couldn't help but pause to think about the ramifications and how they would report it. But as he was thinking about it, he was suddenly hit by blaring alarm bells. He looked out and saw the corridors bathed in harsh alternating red and white light. Takuma cursed as he stuffed a couple of files he had read into his clothes and rushed out of the room, only to have the door kicked in and a tag kunai thrown inside. He was a moment too late to realize that the kunai wasn't aimed at him and what that meant. It was a flash tag. Takuma hurried to close his eyes, but it was too late as harsh light pierced his eyes. He instinctively began to weave hand seals as he saw vague shadows of figures he assumed to be the guards pouring into the room. Chapter 371, the corridors flashed between red and white with an accompanying blaring alarm. A group of 5 deck guards hurried into the corridor and stationed themselves on either side of the door momentarily before the leading man prepared a flash tag and gestured for another one to kick the door down. As the harsh flash dimmed, they rushed into the room only for the 2 men in front to fly out, with a powerful wave of water that slammed them against the opposite wall. The other 3 immediately stepped away from the door and hugged the walls. Their plans to blitz and overwhelm their intruder were somewhat countered. Inside the room, Takuma backed away into the room as he adjusted after the flash tag. His vision returned quickly, but the dark spots impeded what he could see, and blinking only made it worse. He hid behind a shelf for cover with a clear view of the front door to buy some time for his vision and to think about his next action. The alarms were terrible, but he thought he could get the documents out before the guards could reach him, but they were on him instantly. He looked at the door and saw the 2 he had hit with water release, wild water wave limping out of his field of view while another 2 entered the room. For at minimum, Takuma thought grimly. He didn't know how strong each guard was, which made it uncertain if he could fight through them, and even then, he didn't think he could handle 4 combatants quickly enough to avoid the other guards who would surely be coming his way. He was trapped with no quick way out. There was only one logical move. He weaved the release hand seal and vanished into a puff of smoke, leaving behind the files he had stashed in his clothes. Straight-faced. Outside the bunker, Takuma felt the clone's experience hit him. He exhaled as the unused physical and spiritual energies returned to him. "The clone died?" asked Krite, noticing the movement in him. He released himself. "They're doing human experimentation down there, trying to give traits from chakra-enabled beasts. It might be one of Orochimaru's labs." Takuma recalled the clone's experience while also going through it in his head. The horrible imagery was front and center in his mind. "Okay, we are going in," Krite said as he checked his gear. "What?" There are at least 20 guards in there, said Takuma in surprise, remembering the guard list. We should contact the headquarters and get an assault team down here. It'd be far too late by then. They'd have abandoned the place and destroyed all evidence. I'm sure they're probably contemplating whether they should start destroying the place or try to contain this by killing the intruders right now. That gives us time to go in there to at least get some information about who these guys are. Cried looked at Takuma, and his entire vibe exuded the severity of the situation. You and I, Anbu operatives, all of us, signed up for the job knowing we would be in situations like this. Our work doesn't involve playing it safe. We don't get back up. We have to take risks so the rest of the populace can sleep in peace. Cried stood up after saying that, ready to go in. Takuma already knew all of that. He wasn't scared of the danger to the point of refusing his responsibilities. He'd be a lousy shinobi if he were, but the underground bunker and what he saw had agitated his imagination in a bad way. What if he never came back out and became a test subject instead, rather than simply dying in combat, which he would prefer any day? He couldn't explain it, but that thought brought out dread from his most profound depths. It didn't take him much time to realize he had no choice. Even if he wanted to abandon his duties, he couldn't allow Crichton to go in alone. Stopping him wasn't an option. Let's just not get stuck in there, right? Takuma stood up. Of course. We're no good to the village dead. Staying alive is a priority, Crichton said matter-of-factly. They lacked the element of surprise as they entered the bunker, drowning in red and white. Guards were already near the entrance. Fortunately, they weren't facing the entire guard squad. The knowledge that someone had broken into their facility required them to scour the whole building for other intruders. They were spread around the bunker. We need to hurry before they gather from the commotion, said Crichton. The heavy-duty gates at the end of the green corridor swung open, and 2 guards charged at them while 2 others remained in the back. Hold them back, said Takuma as he stayed back and began to weave hand seals. Crichton calmly walked ahead in the face of 2 guards running towards him. He threw kunai that were easily deflected at them, but another kunai with an explosive tag struck the ground near their feet, causing them to stop and jump back to avoid getting caught in the blast radius of an explosion that never came. It was an untriggered tag used as a decoy. One of the guards clicked his tongue in frustration and weaved hand seals for a ninjutsu, but a bullet from Takuma's water release, spirit water wave pierced his shoulder, disrupting his seals. Before he could react, another bullet flew out and hit him square in the temple, instantly killing him. The jutsu that had once fallen apart due to instability after 1 or 2 bullets has now been completely under his control. He could use it with a 100% success rate and shoot all 6 bullets with impressive range, accuracy, and power, making it one of Takuma's most lethal options. He aimed a floating water orb with his finger gun and let 2 more shots fly at the guards in the back. They weren't as surprised. One of them took cover but not before getting grazed in the arm, while the other cut the bullet with a short sword. But that was enough as it ensured they wouldn't make any moves for the next seconds. He turned to the remaining guard in the front to create an opening for Crichton to attack, but froze in shock when the guard suddenly slumped to the ground like a stringless puppet. A moment later, half a dozen fist-sized beetles, soaked in blood and fluid, ate their way out of the dead guard's body and continued to gnaw and feast on the now corpse they had killed. A chill passed through Takuma at the sight. When had Crichton planted those insects? His eyes caught the kunai he had thrown, and suddenly he had his answer. He looked at Crichton, who calmly weaved hand seals that caused the enormous beetles to die. Can't have them turn into an invasive species, Crichton said before sprinting towards the guards at the back with clouds of small insects swarming out of his sleeves and flying towards them, blocking their view. He took advantage and stabbed one of them in the neck with his short sword. Takuma followed suit and shot his remaining 2 bullets at the last guard, who couldn't see the water bullets coming his way due to the insects. One of them missed, but the other hit him in the side of the ribs, giving Crichton the chance to finish the job. We should get a white coat scientist and a guard, said Takuma as he stepped over a body. Crichton remained silent as an insect sat on his knuckle. He recognized one of the scouting insects that had gone inside earlier with his clone. We should head in this direction, Crichton pointed to their right. There are fewer guards this way. Easy to grab a scientist. Be careful, the scientists might also be competent combatants. Takuma nodded. Did they find an alternate exit? He asked. If there was only one way in and out of the bunker, then the way they had come in would soon be guarded to make sure they couldn't leave. It would be easier if there were an alternate entrance, or else they would have to fight their way out. No, but the people here might know it. The alarm still blared as they jogged across the corridors, kicking down doors, looking for scientists to abduct. Every other door seemed to be a new horror. A room with organs preserved in liquid inside glass containers, a room with a strong, sanitized smell with horrible machinery for cutting into bodies, and a cold room that was unmistakably a morgue with the body cabinets on the wall. Takuma opened a door and was immediately struck by an awful stench that made him gag and water his eyes. He squinted into the dark room and was shocked again when he saw cages lining the walls with all sorts of animals trapped inside. All of them were howling, barking, and crying from the blaring alarm. He didn't need light to guess that they had been trapped in horrendous conditions and had their lives turned into hell by the people who had captured them. Move, Radel, Krite, standing behind him, said with steel in his voice. Takuma couldn't see his face, but he felt a rage that was being suppressed. He removed his hand from the handle, left the door open, and moved ahead. However, as they turned around a corner, they heard a shuffling of footsteps coming from one direction. Go, I'll catch up, said Takuma as he physically pushed Krite to head deeper, who nodded and headed deeper into the bunker. They would need to face these guards eventually, and it was better if one of them could quickly find a scientist without the pressure of fighting and then return to support. Takuma looked around at the flashing red light, weaved a set of hand seals, and began to spread his chakra into the surroundings. He needed around 10 seconds for his chakra to penetrate for Jinjutsu to set in. During that time, he couldn't use his chakra for any other jutsu. Just as 3 guards appeared from around the corner, his hand went to the sword on his back before he glanced at the width of the corridor and removed his hand from the hilt. He wasn't confident in his ability to maneuver his sword in the tight space, so he settled for a kunai instead. He rushed in to overwhelm them, but they hadn't adjusted their position in response to him. They were standing close to each other as they turned the corner. Instead of any one person, he threw the kunai in the middle of the grip, which caused 2 of them to shift to the side. He rushed forth and kicked the nearest guard to him, who blocked it, but still stumbled back a few steps. 2 seconds. He swung his fist at the second guard, who evaded by pulling back and then tried to move behind Takuma, who didn't let that happen by jumping back to avoid getting surrounded. He had to keep his back clear to have space. 5 seconds. He pulled out his kunai and deflected one thrown at him by the third guard in the back. He ducked another one, kicked the guard's calf, and wildly swung his kunai at the other. Shinobi fights moved quickly. If he gave them a second of time, they would get one of them out of his reach to prepare a ninjutsu while the other 2 held him back. 8 seconds. As he expected, the guard in the back tried to step back. Takuma glanced at the second guard and saw his hands were empty. He grabbed the first guard and threw him hard into the third guard to delay both of them from making any move. The second guard saw the opportunity and kicked him hard in the side, which slammed him into the wall. 11 seconds. The lights flashed between red and white at an interval of 1.5 seconds. As he separated from the wall, the lights turned white, and finally, the Jinjutsu went into effect. They had been experiencing the flashing lights for the past few minutes. They expected the red and white pattern and thus had gotten used to it. The second guard closest to Takuma went in for another attack, but as he stepped close, the lights turned. He expected them to turn red, and they did, but then everything in his vision turned the same shade of red. He froze up on instinctual response before feeling a cold, sharp blade rip through his neck. The third guard was stabilizing his fellow guard, pushed into him when his vision turned into solid red for a second and a half before his vision returned, and he saw the blood pouring out of the second guard as their masked target turned his face towards him. His vision once again turned into solid red. Even though his vision was impaired, he felt the fellow guard twitch against his palm placed at the back. His vision returned, and he saw a kunai sticking out of his peer's throat. He looked up and saw that the target was now 2 steps away from him. His vision didn't return this time. Red faded into black. Chapter 372, Takuma spared the last guard and dragged his unconscious body to the nearest open room in case Krite wasn't able to capture a guard alive. He didn't follow after Krite and instead maintained a distance between them to act as a barrier between him and the guards. He found a guard sprawled in the middle of a corridor but didn't find a pulse and guessed Krite had dealt with the man before moving on. He walked in the opposite direction and happened upon a door secured with an all-drop. He didn't think there would be a scientist or a guard inside since it was locked from the outside, but he pushed the door open regardless. A sudden clinking of chains alerted him to a presence in the pitch-black room. He remained alert at the threshold as he reached around for a switchboard next to the door and flicked on a light that illuminated the interior. The room had yellow tiles covering the wall's lower half, while the upper half was painted white. The floor was also covered with big white tiles. A metal toilet was installed in the corner with a shower head and a sink, a few steps away in the open. A metal frame bed with a thin mattress was bolted in the innermost corner of the room, and on it sat a little boy, around 10. One of his dainty legs was shackled to the wall with a chain. The boy, dressed in clothes too big for him, was sickly pale with a tinge of bluish-green, had baggy eyes, and his skin seemed to hang from his skeleton. He had long, webbed fingers, and his feet somewhat resembled flippers. It didn't take a genius to realize that the little kid was a victim of the experimentation that had given him some aquatic traits. The boy retreated to his bed, his eyes overflowing with fear as he looked at the masked stranger with blood splattered on his clothes and mask. Takuma wanted to comfort the boy and convey that he meant no harm, but he wasn't sure how to go about it because the boy had clearly been abused. "It's..." Takuma opened his mouth to say something when something clicked in his mind. He turned his attention from the boy to the room and suddenly found it to be hauntingly familiar. A sharp, stabbing pain exploded that started in the front of his head and instantly spread down to his neck, almost making his legs give out as a flash of memory evoked dreadful emotion in him. It was the suppressed memories he had seen before. He had his back pressed against a tiled wall. His body was trembling as he heaved in fear as a younger Khan yelled at him. The memory had always been hazy, overwhelmed with spiking emotion, but it became apparent when he recognized the room in his memory to be almost identical to the one he was currently standing in. He felt every fiber of his being screaming at him to physically get out of the bunker and not stop running until he was in his room at Mariboshi's house. His forcefully opened clenched fist as tense muscles over his body worked against him. He stepped away from the room and took rapid breaths to calm himself. He didn't want to feel this way, those weren't his memories. Questions flooded his brain. Had his body been in the bunker when he was a child? Had his body been experimented upon? Khan was a root agent, but this bunker was doing Orochimaru's research. What was the connection there? The pain rampaged in his head as he fixated on the matter, so when he heard footsteps, he experienced relief as his focus shifted elsewhere. Another trio of guards arrived. The one in the lead wore an eye patch and a flak jacket and seemed much stronger than the ones he had faced till now. "Are there more children here?" Takuma asked as he threw a shuriken at the sink in the room. The tap flew off, and the water jet began spilling out onto the floor. "Why? Do you want to join them?" said the lead guard. Takuma didn't reply and weaved hand seals. Before the guards could disrupt him, he walked into the room. The boy trembled in fear as he hid himself under the bed. The water on the floor began gathering into a mass. He gathered chakra into the left side of the body and augmented his charge into the wall facing the corridor. The concrete and bricks collapsed as he went through the wall, and cracks extended into the floor and ceiling. He grabbed one of the guards by the face and slammed through the opposite wall into the next room before they could react. The mass of water rushed through the air and settled behind his back before splitting into 8 tentacles, 4 of which dug into his weapon pack, retrieved 4 kunai, and stabbed the vital points, killing him. Takuma turned and caught the lead guard's arm as a kunai stopped inches from his face. 4 tentacles merged into 2 that grabbed the guard and yanked him to the side. The guard ripped away the tentacles, but not before skipping a few steps to the side. The other 4 tentacles also attacked, but the guard deftly reacted and dodged all but one, which hit him in the face, stunning him. It wasn't enough for a killing blow, but he managed to kick him to the side and throw an explosive tag at him before jumping out of the room where the other guard lay in wait. He bent his back to go under a sword swing while bracing for an explosive impact that didn't come, which could only mean that the tag was defused before it went off. Takuma threw in a feint to create an opening before nailing the guard hard in the stomach with an augmented punch. All 8 tentacles grabbed onto the man, and Takuma threw him towards the hole, just as the eye-patched lead guard stepped out. He wasn't surprised and pushed aside his peer effortlessly, but it gave Takuma just enough time to weave a short set of hand seals for lightning release, shock, and stuck the current into his tentacles. 8 tentacles, shock mode. Takuma felt a familiar anger boil his blood. Ever since he occupied the body, he had tried to detach himself from life before his arrival. He did not inherit the memories and didn't care about them as they had nothing to do with him. Moments of curiosity had tempted him, and he was always punished with pain for entertaining them. Until that day at U, he had made peace that he would never know his body's origins. But then the memories which eluded him suddenly crashed into his life. He was told that he was the son of 2 merchant parents, but after he got those visions, he knew that couldn't be true. Someone had gone to the trouble to fabricate a life history. Even after knowing all that, he still felt comfortable not knowing about those things. He had imagined what he would do when he met Khan, and the idea of killing the man instantly remained more appealing than keeping him alive for information about his past. But when he saw that boy, his condition, the fear and apprehension in his eyes, he felt something that displeased him. It wasn't empathy, it was familiarity, as though he had been in the same situation as the boy. Takuma's body might have been in a similar position, but he was not, yet he felt intense emotions that weren't his own. Something about seeing the boy made him come to terms with reality. No matter how he tried to ignore the past, as long as he occupied his body, there was no escaping it. He needed to confront it head-on if he wanted to be free. The lead guard used his fellow guard as cover and pushed him towards Takuma, who ran towards him. Takuma ignored the guard stumbling towards him and kept his eyes on the lead guard in the back, who began weaving hand seals. He followed suit and weaved hand seals as well. The tentacles caught the stumbling guard and discharged all of their current into him, knocking him out, which was lucky because 8 tentacles, shock mode, caused more intense pain than damage. The 2 shinobi completed their hand seals and launched their jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Water release, Wild Water Wave. A swirling ball of intense fire that scorched the walls and instantly raised the temperature collided with the rampaging wave of water. The 2 jutsu canceled each other out, plunging the room into steam. But if one looked carefully, a significant amount of the water remained liquid as the fire couldn't boil it off. Bastard, Takuma thought. Eye Patch hadn't hesitated to sacrifice his fellow guard. If he hadn't countered with Wild Water Wave, the guard would have been burnt to a crisp. Takuma's ears perked, and he jerked his torso back to avoid the blade of a kunai. Bad move, buddy, he whispered to himself. He trained to fight under the cover of water release, hiding in the mist jutsu. He focused on his ears, and his hearing became sharper as he heard the faint footsteps, the rustle of clothes, and the faint hum of metal cutting through the air. He sidestepped another kunai and narrowed his eyes to see a faint outline. He didn't need any more than that as he punched out. Eye Patch avoided by pulling away, but Takuma sent a pulse of concentrated chakra out from his fist to smash into the lead guard's face. Gah! For tentacles holding kunai lunged forth, and the guard did his best to thwart them but ended up being disarmed. Takuma stepped in with a standard augmented punch that knocked the air out of him. To his credit, Eye Patch stood his ground and tried to attack him, but Takuma comfortably blocked him. He tried to back away, but the tentacles yanked on his feet with enough force to stop him for a moment. As Takuma's charged fist made contact with the lead guard's face, he felt the facial bones bend and then crack under his knuckles, and that was before the chakra burst out and completely shattered his skull. The man hit the ground as the steam began to clear up. Takuma wanted to find out more about his past. He wanted the memories, knowing that they wouldn't be pretty or they wouldn't be suppressed. Going after Root and Khan was the only apparent option until right now. The bunker was connected to him somehow, and he wanted to know how. Takuma went into a room and removed the weighted vest under his shirt and ditched the supplementary wrist and ankle weights. The feeling of freedom and weightlessness improved his mood a little later. He heard a large number of footsteps coming his way and stepped out. He was ditching the plan to capture a scientist and a guard. He was going to capture the entire bunker and get the answers to his questions. Chapter 373, each passing second increased the possibility of something going wrong and lowered their chances of getting out safely. He glanced at one of his insects flying ahead of him and followed it until he reached a room with its door wide open and sounds coming from inside. He cautiously looked inside to see a white-coat scientist in his 50s messily gathering documents and sealing them into storage scrolls. There was no one else in the office, making it perfect for him to go in and capture the scientist, but he thought about it for a moment and instead stayed put. If they were to escape the bunker, it was better to leave with as much information as possible. He hid his presence and allowed the graying scientist to collect more documents. Cried heard another loud boom. It was farther than the last time. The commotion was good because it meant Radel was still alive. He heard a decent amount about the young rookie from Karakara and Campbell. Despite ANBU's minimum age floor, they never recruited close to it, so it surprised him when he discovered Radel's age. He didn't think ANBU made a smart choice recruiting him. In his opinion, if they were interested, they should have reached out in some way and indirectly nurtured and allowed him to gain more experience until he was a bit older. However, Crichton knew that wasn't how ANBU recruitment worked. Their policy was to hire shinobi 90% of the way there who could quickly adapt to cover the remaining requirements without the need for hand-holding. Though he didn't consider Radel's recruitment a smart choice, it seemed to be the right choice. The young operative had already shown what he could do during the Maizuru debacle. However, Crichton still found it difficult to trust him and had to fight the urge to help him when he heard the combat noise. Instead, he stayed put to complete his objective and hoped Radel would survive until then. Straight-faced. Takuma's position in the bunker had changed. Before, he was sneaking around like a rat, avoiding confrontation to minimize combat. Now, he wanted to capture the bunker, and for that, he had to dismantle the guard. It didn't take long for them to find him. At an intersection, Takuma looked at the trio in front of him and the duo to his right. His sharpened hearing picked up a single set of footsteps heading his way. He was about to get trapped from all three sides and probably had to keep one side free to avoid getting boxed in. He was already warmed up from the previous confrontation, so it didn't take long for his brain to come up with a viable action plan. He dipped into his pocket for smoke bombs to throw at the trio. To their credit, all three of them threw kunai and shuriken the moment he reached for his pouch, forcing him to throw the smoke bomb while leaping to the side, but not before one of the thrown weapons grazed the side of his lower leg. As the bombs exploded into smoke, he threw himself in the duo's direction and pulled out his sword to deflect 3 shuriken. He dodged the first 2 easily and, as one final one came at him with no space to dodge, the tentacles behind his back twitched into action and swallowed the kunai. The smoke bomb was meant to delay the trio for a second because they would have to be cautious of him readying ninjutsu from beyond the smoke. Thus he gained a few seconds to deal with the duo. The reason he didn't use an explosive tag was because of the commotion it would cause. The fight would attract attention regardless, but it would be slower and less urgent compared to the urgent rush on his position due to a bomb. And with his new objective of taking on everyone in the bunker, Takuma needed every second he could get. As he charged at them, the duo did the smart thing of getting into a formation where one retreated to prepare ninjutsu and the other stayed in front to buy time. Takuma instantly leapt to the ceiling and ran along its surface. On the floor, the path was obstructed by a guard in the front, but on the ceiling, he had a clear view of the guard in the back, so he let a volley of shuriken fly. The second guard wasn't expecting and stopped weaving hand seals to retreat, which was what Takuma hoping for. Why? The moment the shuriken left his hands, he charged his arm with chakra and shot a second form augmentation at the guard in the front, who stumbled back from the impact. Takuma halted the adhesion holding him to the ceiling and dropped with a sword in hand. He twisted in the air to gain momentum and then swung with enough force to behead the guard before his feet touched the floor. The water tentacle dipped into his pouch and retrieved a kunai as he charged at the second guard, who readied a short sword but was overwhelmed as 4 tentacle-bearing kunai came down on him. The guard tried to leap away to get some space, but his back hit the wall, trapping him for a moment before he could move laterally, and that was enough for Takuma to bury his sword into his heart, followed by the kunai attacking the vitals to finish the job. Takuma didn't have a second of rest. He took cover behind a wall, and weaved hand seals for water release, spirit water wave, but he had to save chakra, so he sourced the water from the tentacles instead of creating it himself. The moment the water orb containing 6 bullets stabilized, he stepped into the corridor, aimed at the guard trio from the other side, and shot at them. The first 2 bullets hit a guard in the chest, dropping him instantly. The third bullet missed, but the fourth hit another guard in the leg. Takuma stopped shooting in the face of a volley of shuriken and focused on the tentacles to accurately intercept the small, fast-flying projectiles because his hands were tied up with his current ninjutsu. As he shot a 5th bullet that hit the uninjured guard in the shoulder, the guard with the bleeding leg completed his hand seals and poured out a sweeping jet of fire. Takuma blindly shot the last bullet and commanded his tentacles to cover the front of his body right as his vision flashed orange. He began to weave hand seals while he felt the heat transfer to him through the water, which started to climb towards the boiling point. Water release, wild water wave. A larger, stronger wave of water slammed against the jet of fire and drowned out everything in the corridor with greater momentum. The 2 guards were blasted back without a hint of resistance. A layer of hot water slid off Takuma's body and splashed down on the ground as he sprinted forward to finish the guards. Only, when he glanced behind him, another guard appeared, the one whose footsteps he had heard before, and spat out a strong pulse of condensed wind at him. He tried to dodge it by leaping up to the ceiling, but the jutsu caught him halfway and sent him hurtling down the corridor. The newcomer didn't skip a beat in weaving hand seals and released 3 waves of converging wind cutters. Takuma couldn't use earth release, earthen dome indoors with thick concrete separating him from the earth, and thus had no way to protect himself. He chose the best next option and punched out with second form augmentation. He had been training chakra control in the form of containment to boost the power of his augmentations by focusing the chakra output over a smaller area to do more damage. But as the wind release ninjutsu flew towards him, he did the opposite and spread the chakra output over a larger area. The 2 forces hit each other and the wind won, but at the cost of losing some of its force before it reached Takuma, who suddenly spurted blood from all over his body as the wind cutters left a dozen small but not insignificant cuts all over his body. This guy's different class of guard, Takuma thought as he held back a hiss of pain from getting up. The new guard looked to be around 30. His skin was tanned and slightly leathery from exposure to the sun, which meant he regularly went outside, and Takuma's intuition told him that it was for training. He had noticed that a lot of shinobi were afraid of using ninjutsu one after another in fear of exhausting chakra, but the guard had used 2 ninjutsu without hesitation, which was an indicator of experience. Even now, the guard was rushing towards him to target the moment of vulnerability brought about by his ninjutsu. Takuma ditched his sword and went hand-to-hand with the guard in the narrow corridor. The guard threw him into the wall and tried to stab him with a kunai, but Takuma kicked him back to the opposite wall and went in for a punch to the throat, but the guard rolled to the side. An idea struck him. He didn't pull back his punch and instead augmented it. The fist hit the wall, which shook as cracks appeared all over the surface, stretching to the floor and ceiling. The guard stepped in and sliced with his kunai, and Takuma barely defended a biting kick to the side that again thrust him into the wall. He pushed off the wall to dodge another kunai strike and retaliated with an uppercut, but he telegraphed the move and made it seem like he was putting a lot of power behind it. He even twisted his face to emphasize effort even though his mask covered it. The guard didn't bother guarding the punch and instantly jumped away, which was expected as he had seen him batter a wall with a single strike. Takuma had the time to put more chakra behind his fist this time, and he launched the strongest second form augmentation up to the ceiling, raining down dust and small debris onto the corridor. The guard's eyes were cautiously glued to the cracks in the ceiling as he leapt away. Good, notice it, remember it, he thought as he skipped a few steps ahead to keep the guard in range while leading hand seals before uncharacteristically roaring to once again emphasize effort as he pushed his palms against the floor. Earth release, rock pillar spears. It was one of the jutsu he had learned as part of his experiment to increase efficiency in gaining proficiency in multiple ninjutsu by choosing those with similar attributes. The jutsu allowed him to create protruding hard rock spears on any surface. Rock spikes shot up from the floor below the guard, who instantly jumped up to avoid them but couldn't avoid getting his feet from getting hit. Takuma weaved a quick set of seals for a jinjutsu. His opponent was stronger than the group he had trapped before, thus requiring more time to prepare and prime the jinjutsu, but he was only a single person while they were a group, which balanced the scales. He guessed he needed at most a dozen seconds to create a strong enough influence. However, he couldn't use any ninjutsu during that time as he didn't have the skill to use ninjutsu and jinjutsu simultaneously. Takuma breathed out as he focused on his body, which felt light after removing the weighted gear. Even the injuries didn't seem to be enough to slow him. And while he was at a disadvantage for the next quarter of a minute, he would make up for it with speed. With a kunai in one hand, Takuma ran and jumped over the spikes and brought back the ferocity he had learned in ring. He wasn't fighting to buy time until the jinjutsu was ready. Fuck that, Takuma told himself. He was fighting to kill his enemy before the jinjutsu was ready. He aggressively attacked, moving around in the limited space, and ended with the kunai to put the guard on the defensive. The unprecedented ferocity offered Takuma the chance to lash out against his knee. The guard's leg buckled and he leaned to the side, off balance. Takuma swung down his kunai for the neck, but the guard shoved the arm aside and slugged him in the face. The guard pulled Takuma down before he could recover from the punch. They tumbled to the ground. Takuma got on top and tried to mount him but got kicked away in no time. The guard didn't try to get up, instead, he weaved hand seals. Takuma threw his kunai at the fallen man, who spat out a ball of wind that deflected the kunai and got up. He whipped a kick at the guard's face, but the moment his foot left the ground, the guard spat another ball of wind at the pivot foot. It was weak and did no damage, but it was just strong enough to sweep his leg and make him fall awkwardly to his knees. Takuma tried to pull his hands up but couldn't in time to block the kick to the face. His heart lurched when he saw the guard pour a nebulous gale from his mouth that sunk and coiled around both of his arms. There was a look in the guard's eyes that Takuma didn't like, so he immediately leapt around the corner of the intersection as the guard swung his arm down. True to his gut instinct, a large gash exploded into the floor where he had been a moment ago. Takuma managed to get to his feet just as the guard rounded the corner and swung his other wind-laden arm, releasing high-pressure winds that carved out walls on both sides of the corridor. While he had to take to the ground to avoid being beheaded, there was one piece of good news. Done. The jinjutsu was ready to go. Across the brief entanglement, Takuma realized that he and the guard were opposites. Where he liked to create kill opportunities with ninjutsu and finish the job with taijutsu, the guard relied on taijutsu until he had the opportunity to kill using ninjutsu. Given how liberally he used ninjutsu, it was clear that he had a preference, and with preferences came habits. As the guard weaved hand seals, Takuma got up to his feet and simply shot a second form augmentation. The guard expected it and easily avoided it while continuing to weave hand seals. The moment the second form augmentation hit the wall behind the guard, the entire bunker shook as though struck by an earthquake, or that's what the guard felt as he paused his hand seals and gazed up at the wall, no doubt to see dust falling. As the shaking stopped, the guard looked at him. Takuma stared into the man's eyes as he stomped on the ground and created a crater, which brought out another earthquake. "You!" the guard gasped. Takuma charged him, and as his fist met the guard's arm, he saw fear in the man. The fear that the walls would collapse. If they continued to throw out ninjutsu, they could cause a cave-in that might bury them alive. You can't use ninjutsu in that situation, can you? Takuma thought to himself as though the guard could hear him. And you're fighting a madman who seemingly doesn't care. The guard dodged another strike, and Takuma actually put in force this time, leaving a hole in the wall that caused another tremor to terrify the guard even further. Takuma saw the opportunity brought about by his jinjutsu-induced fear, grabbed the guard by his shoulders, and headbutted him in the face, breaking his nose. The guard tried to move back, so Takuma buried his heel in the man's abdomen. He hurled a kunai into the guard's leg as he fell, finally making him kneel. The guard tried to weave hand seals, but Takuma was faster and struck his face with a fully charged augmentation that shattered the man's jaw. He hit him again and killed the man. However, Takuma decided to cave in his chest with a stomp for good measure. His entire body rose and fell with his breathing as he stood over the corpse of a difficult enemy. However, just when he thought the fight was over, he heard the faint sound of metal flying through the air. He couldn't react quickly and ended up with 3 kunai in his back. They didn't hurt thanks to the adrenaline coursing through his veins, and turned to see another trio standing on the other end of the corridor. Takuma glanced down at the spikes he had created and instantly weaved hand seals. Earth release, flying throne spikes. The spikes on the floor rose, reformed, and shot towards the new group of guards. All of them moved back and tried to run around the corner, but only 2 succeeded. The last guard was hit between the shoulder blades by the first spike, the second hit him in the neck, and the last 2 slammed right into his head. He was dead as he hit the ground, splattering the floor and walls with his red insides. Takuma picked up his sword from the ground and stared at the corner where the other 2 had run around. Come and meet your death with some honor. Chapter 374. A buzzing hive of insects flew up to the ceiling, leaving behind the guard's body, which they had swarmed and had soon after fallen to the ground. Krike pulled his short sword out from another guard and let the lifeless body sink to the ground, too, leaving behind a long streak of blood on the wall. He heard a whimper and turned to look at the white coat scientist shivering in fear a few steps away from another dead guard. "Get up," Krike said. He didn't believe the kind of man who'd performed horrifying experiments on humans and animals alike would feel anything upon seeing a dead body or 2. When the scientist didn't get up, Krike slapped him on the face before pulling him up by the collar to shove his fingers into the man's mouth, releasing a few insects into him. The man screamed in terror as he pushed Krike away and tried to spit out the insects to no avail. "Disobey me, and those insects will eat you from the inside." "It'll be painful," Krike lied. The insects could do no such things, but the scientist didn't need to know that. "Come on, let's continue. Lead me to the alternate exit." The scientist was a coward and had promptly fessed up to the existence of such an exit. He looked for one of his tracker bugs and, when he found it, was told of Raidel's location. He was nearby, which meant they could pick him up on their way towards the exit. Krike pulled the scientist along, carefully taking the corridors, ready for enemies to pop out, only to come across Raidel, leaning his head against a wall because of the kunai stuck into his back. "Are you all right?" Krike exclaimed as he jumped over 3 bodies to reach his teammate. The kid was covered in blood, his clothes were dripping, and there seemed to be cuts all over his body. He wasn't in good condition. "Huh?" Raidel sounded delirious for a moment before groaning as he stood up straighter. "Yeah, I'm just a little exhausted. Lost some blood. Help me remove these from my back and dress me up, and I'll be good to go." "Okay, let's get out of here," said Krike, looking around and preparing for the enemy encounter. Raidel was in no shape to fight, and getting them out was up to him. "No need. I've killed all of them, I think." He pointed around the corner, and Krike gasped when he saw 7 or 8 bodies with blood-soiled walls and floors with violent splashes that even reached the ceilings. The cracks and craters in the wall told him there were more in the next corridor. He had been hearing a lot of commotion while he was searching for the scientist, but he thought Raidel was occupying the guards. He didn't expect a massacre. "How strong is he?" Krike thought as Raidel gently pushed him away, wanting to stand on his feet. "Just rest. I'll deal with others, if there's anyone else," Krike commented as he saw the carnage. "Are any of them alive?" "Thank you," said Raidel, breathing a sigh of relief. His words seemed effective as the tension in his body relaxed. "Yeah, 1 or 2 of them might be alive. I think I killed the ones in charge, they were too strong for me to capture alive." Raidel looked beyond Krike and saw the scientist. "Oh! Try to escape or do anything shady and I'll happily bash your skull in 2. The scientist looked just as terrified as moments before when he was force-fed insects. They forced the scientist to lead them to a room with medical supplies that they used to patch up Raidel. Krike looked around the cold operating room, which smelled of hospitals. He caught the scientist looking at a saw hanging on the ceiling. When their eyes met, the coward shrank back and began shivering. "There's a child here." Raidel glared at the scientist. They did some sort of experiment on him. I'll take him with me and go look around for the kid, said Krite, pointing at the scientist. Radel nodded. Good, he'll probably be too scared to talk to me. I'll be fine, he said while putting on his clothes. Are you sure? Asked Krite, worried about Radel's injuries. We need to secure this place and people before we can call for help. The faster we move, the faster we can finally rest. Krite thought about it and nodded in agreement. He paused momentarily before raising his arm to release a swarm of insects covering the ceiling. They aren't going to fight for you, but they'll buy enough time for you to make a move or support them in other minor ways. With what he had seen, Krite didn't think Radel needed the help, but he was injured, and there was always a chance that even a group of scientists could end up doing some harm. Straight-faced. Takuma didn't rest in one place and instead walked around the bunker. He looked up behind him only to see Krite's insects following after him. He couldn't stop himself from knowing more about the bunker. He wanted to go to the room where he had seen the kid, but something within him found the thought unnerving, like there was something he didn't want to face, especially the kid. He recognized those weren't entirely his emotions, and that angered him greatly. He would have barged into that room and forced himself to face the uncomfortable as an act of defiance, but he was too tired to do so at the moment, so he settled for a roam of the building's swarming corridors. This time around, he saw the mundane side of the bunker, which included sleeping quarters, a kitchen and pantry, toilets and bathrooms, and an electricity generator, among other things that made the bunker a livable place. Eventually, he reached a door that seemed more fortified than others. He went into his pouch for his tools only to find the door opened, and past it, an armory with a decent cache of weapons and equipment. However, his eyes soon fell upon the tactical gear hanging in the corner and immediately realized that he wasn't in one of Orochimaru's secret laboratories, but in a root facility. The gear was a dead ringer to what he had seen the root wear in you. The guards must have been too surprised by his and Krite's infiltration to change into full ANBU-style tactical gear, so they just picked up weapons before rushing out to face the problem. The young Khan and his visions, the familiar room, and now the presence of Root, all signs pointed to one conclusion. The boy's past was all tied to Root in some way. Takuma couldn't help but become increasingly sure that this bunker was the same place he had seen in his vision back in U. After standing in the armory for who knew how long, he moved on with his thoughts weighing down his mind. He opened another couple of doors until he came to 4 large animal cages. He switched on the light and recognized a giant-sized squirrel, a brown bear cub, a lynx, and a mink. All 4 animals shifted in when the light hit their cages. They opened their eyes to look at him but stayed silent, unlike the last 2 animal rooms he had opened. This room was also much cleaner than the others. The giant squirrel stepped closer to the bars and, to his surprise, spoke to him. "Who are you?" He wasn't expecting the animal to speak and was stunned into silence when the mink slammed against the cage and pushed its face against the bars, trying to push its face through the gaps. "He doesn't smell like those bastards," the mink hissed. "You reek of blood, human blood." I heard some commotion. What happened? Not all chakra-enabled beasts were the same. Some only had rudimentary access to chakra, which allowed them to be physically stronger or slightly more intelligent than their mundane counterparts. Others were so advanced that they possessed human-like intelligence, like the squirrel and mink before him. Those were, most of the time, part of beast clans who had progressed over generations. He guessed these 4 were special and thus kept separately in better conditions than others because they held more value to the scientists. "We have captured this place. The people who ran this are mostly dead," Takuma replied after composing himself. "I am from Hidden Leaf Village. You won't be experimented upon any longer," he tried to comfort them after imagining what they would have gone through. "I don't trust you. You vile humans are all the same," the squirrel replied. His giant size made him intimidating. His tail, however, seemed in poor health, with only half the fur there should be, which resulted from experimentation. "Prove it," the mink slammed against the other, his voice tinged with craze. His tone was as though he was challenging and goading him into doing something he didn't like. "Let us out, let us leave. If you can do it, I will believe you." That's fine, but only after you can answer some of my questions about what was happening here. The moment he said that, the squirrel and mink fell silent and retreated into their cages, losing all interest in him. He didn't need to think to understand that their experiences had made it so they won't cooperate with any human regardless of their intention. The bear cub and lynx, who were silently listening, followed suit and went back in. Don't bother with them. They don't speak human, the squirrel said, apathetically. All right, I'll unlock those cages so you can leave, Takuma said. If they weren't going to cooperate, there was nothing he could do. He had zero interest in interrogating or torturing them after what they had been through. He took out a kunai to break the locks reinforced with Fuinjutsu seals, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him before he could move. It was Krite. You can't let them leave, he said. Why? He asked, confused. He also looked up at Krite's insects, who probably notified their host of his location. They need to be released into their proper habitats. Releasing them here might create problems for the native species in this forest. Krite looked at the quartet of animals. We will have you transported to your homes as long as you tell us where you wish to go. Takuma recalled Krite killing his insects so they wouldn't become an invasive species, and stepped back. He seemed to know more about the subject, so it was better to leave it to him. This place isn't my home, it'll never be, the squirrel sounded heated. Let us out of here and we can reach our home without your help. This place stops us from calling for help. Summoning jutsu? Takuma garnered a guess. Yes, the squirrel whispered. He looked around and guessed that the bunker must have possessed some kind of fuinjutsu that blocked space-time ninjutsu. All of you? Asked Krite. Fortunately, said the squirrel sarcastically. Takuma didn't know how summoning jutsu worked, but he guessed each beast clan had to establish an elaborate foundation to enable what seemed like a reasonably advanced jutsu. I'll take them, Takuma said to Krite. Straight-faced. Takuma slowly approached the bunker's entrance with the 4 animals tagging behind him. All of them were unhealthy or injured in some way. The little brown bear cub had a bandage around its torso, the lynx strolled with a pained expression, the squirrel walked behind everyone with paranoid caution, and the mink seemed most excited. Fortunately, none of them attacked Takuma, which he was expecting to happen. As they exited the bunker, he asked if they needed any help, but none of them answered him and seemed enamored by the forest after having not seen the side of nature for who knew how long. He was expecting them to run the moment they left the bunker, so this was much better. The minx was the first to break out of his reverie and slapped his paws on the ground, which caused a summoning jutsu formulae, from which pounced a minx 4 times as large, dressed in a colorful fez and coat, as it appeared. You're alive? The bigger minx exclaimed in surprise, picked up the minx by the scruff of his neck to examine him with surprise, and then shook like he was a toy. Get me home! Now, the minx screamed, actively shaking from excitement and freedom. The summoned minx looked at Takuma, and the animal's eyes sharpened. Don't bother! He freed us. I just want to go home, said the minx, swiping at his bigger counterpart. The bigger minx glared at him for an extended moment before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The minx fell to the ground on its feet and turned to the other animals. You get home safely. If you want help, don't call me. But if you want to have fun, you better invite me, he waved at them before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Takuma's eyes widened. The small minx had summoned the bigger minx, who went back and then summoned the smaller minx back home. He hadn't thought about it, but it made sense that it worked that way. Go on, the squirrel gently spoke to the lynx, who had lain down from exertion caused by the walk outside. The lynx joined her paws for tens of seconds with a struggle on her face before the jutsu formulae appeared, followed by the arrival of a normal adult-sized lynx who immediately attacked the nearby squirrel on instinct. The squirrel seemed to be expecting it as he avoided it without a problem. The small lynx cried out, which made the adult lynx stop and leap to her side and pick her up with her mouth with protective intent as he glared at all of them. The small lynx cried again. The adult lynx looked hesitant but put her down and disappeared as the bigger minx had done. The lynx cried to the squirrel and bear cub. Yeah, you take care as well, said the squirrel warmly, and the bear cub roared weakly. A moment later, she was gone. Now, it's your turn. The squirrel stroked the bear cub's head, who sat on his bum with his front paws pressed together and a twisted expression marring his face, and tried the jutsu only to fail. It's okay, you can try again, said the squirrel. The second time was a charm as a 2-story tall bear appeared from smoke and let out a roar that struck fear and terror in the hearts of everyone in the forest, including Takuma, who immediately weaved hand seals for body flicker jutsu. He had learned from the squirrel and was ready, which served him well when the big bear swiped its car-sized paw in his direction. The bear would have crushed several trees in a single swipe if they were not in a clearing. Fuck! Takuma winced as his wounds hurt while he dodged the rampant colossal bear attacked him again. The adrenaline rush had passed, and his body felt its effects. He looked at the bear and thought that the only way to escape death was to run because there was no way he was winning, even if he was at his full strength. Fortunately, the colossal bear stopped, and the process followed when the summoned party disappeared and then summoned the summoner. The bear cried tears as he hugged the squirrel before being pulled home by the space-time ninjutsu. You must care about them a lot, Takuma spoke to the squirrel who had purposefully seen others go before her. He was too tired to freak out that he had come closer to death than when he was fighting inside the bunker. Caring and worrying for them was what allowed me to retain my sanity, the squirrel said as he summoned another one of his kind. While everyone had summoned bigger or adult versions of them, the squirrel summoned a younger, smaller squirrel, or perhaps that's all he could summon. He was in the worst shape of them all. The tiny squirrel disappeared without attacking Takuma. I don't like your kind, but I'll admit that your kind was the ones who suffered the most in there, the squirrel said with a dark look in his eyes. And I don't like you specifically, but you have my gratitude. Takuma nodded. Goodbye. Let's never meet again, said the squirrel before disappearing. He looked up at the forest and found it to be beautiful. He hadn't spent a night outdoors since the ANBU recruitment and realized he'd missed being alone in the great outdoors. Takuma took in the forest's beauty one last moment before re-entering the bleak bunker. Chapter 375. It took Barbary 24 hours after Kreit's summons to arrive at the bunker with Campbell, Kestrel, and a large team of ANBU staff. Some were from the Inquisitor unit, but there was also general support from the domestic branch who had come to seize and document things before allowing relevant outsiders to rehabilitate the animal and human test subjects. This is terrible, Barbary said as he stood a few meters away from the staff, putting the kid they had found in the bunker into a body bag. He seemed fine, Kreit muttered without energy. He had talked to the kid and had managed to persuade him that everything was going to be fine, and the kid had trusted him, only for the kid to die half an hour after the Irionin pulled out of the bunker. The verdict? The kid's health wasn't stable from the intensive experimentation done to him. Given his internal state, he was lucky to be alive. The move out of the bunker's familiar environment, as bleak as it was, triggered massive stress, which caused his immune system, which was already hanging by a thread, to give up. Takuma, who had just finished receiving medical treatment, put his hand on Kreit's shoulder to offer comfort but didn't have words. The tragedy was that, according to the scientists, the bunker had never managed to keep a test subject that had undergone experimentation alive. The ones they had found alive were those who hadn't undergone experimentation yet. The kid was the biggest success. Given those facts, the death didn't seem like a surprise, and yet no one saw it coming. Straight-faced. This was an unnecessary risk, Campbell said as they stood at the edge of the bloody corridor without the dead bodies. Takuma had just given him a rundown of what had gone down. Your clone should have dismissed itself the moment it recognized the illegal experimentation. The guard you knocked out was noticed missing, and that caused them to realize your presence. You could have died here and it wouldn't have been worth it. Yes, sir, Takuma replied. He guessed that he had missed wiping some blood or a tooth while cleaning, raising the alarms when it was inevitably discovered. I'm glad that you're safe. Learn from this so you can be safer next time, Campbell said, his stern tone shifting to a warmer one. Takuma nodded. He didn't mind criticism when the other party was worried about him. Campbell was also right about learning from his mistakes, as danger was part of the job, for which skill and experience were more reliable than luck. What do you think we'll find in the research? Asked Takuma. You said they were doing Orochimaru's research. Whatever that is, it's bound to be nothing good, Campbell said as he thought about what this discovery meant for. This place has to be connected to the outside in some way. We must find that connection, chase it down, and see how far it takes us. This could be another inlet into Root's network in the Land of Fire. Takuma didn't respond, but those words pulled him away from his thoughts to the bunker and brought him to what this could mean for him as an opportunity to advance his career and goals. Anbu had just about filled the root-shaped hole in their intelligence and security systems enough that it had stopped bleeding, which meant it was time for them to start acting on their department-wide hunt for the traitors. The bunker's connection to Root was a chance to head start and join the hunt initiative. He glanced at Campbell and thought about Barbary because they, along with their Anbu captain, would decide who would get to work on this case. He was new and inexperienced, which was bad for his chances, but he was also the one who had brought the existence of the bunker to light, and if nothing else, he was going to do his utmost to use that to get a slice of that pie. Straight-faced. The entire team was having their midday meal in the clearing outside the bunker, which had been transformed into a temporary hub with fully furnished tents brought and a storage scroll. I heard you met with Inenpachi, Amami, aka Kestrel, asked as she sat on the table beside Takuma, who had been put in charge of the people in charge of proper documentation and transportation of collected evidence, which was mostly a desk job, given to him because of his injuries. I did. What did he say? That I need to sleep more. Kestrel snorted and almost spat out her food. I'm also doing something else with him, he said. She was a Yamanaka, close with Inenpachi, and bound to find out what they were doing. And it wasn't as though it had to be kept a secret, so he shared some details about the research with her. Gosh, you must hate that you can't use clones all day, you little freak, she grinned, but he could also tell her she was judging him just a little. Takuma shrugged. She wasn't wrong, so much was hanging on his ability to use clones to boost his progress successfully. There was no one inside the tent he was working out of, but he sharpened his ears to confirm no one else was around before putting down his spoon and turning to her. Hey, do you want to be on this case? This is a Root facility, and Campbell said he's going to pursue it to find their network. I want to be part of that. Amami stared at him for a moment. And you don't think they'll let you on? She's terrifyingly sharp, Takuma thought as he nodded. You and I are new, so our chances of getting on this are low, but if we present a united front and approach Campbell and Barbary, that just might work. I have experience finding people from the police force and just spent 2 months investigating and finding even more people. All these scientists and guards need to be interrogated for information, and I don't need to say who will be best at that. I think if we go and present ourselves as a package deal, we can maybe convince Barbary to let us on. I'm interested, and your plan does seem to have some merit, she said, but still sounded like she needed more convincing. This is probably going to need 2 senior members. I think we, as a duo, can replace one of them. Seeing that Krite was on this mission and doesn't currently have a caseload, he'll be on it, which leaves the other 2. Karakara is presently the busiest of the squad, she's not here today, so she's more or less out. This leaves us with Dole, and with his penchant for staying put, case in point, he isn't here. I think we, as a duo, can replace him. What do you say? He asked. If his chances of accomplishing something weren't good by his lonesome, then he just needed to add others for help. He had done the same at the police force by roping Arisu into the raid, which had turned into the narcotics task force. He figured there was no harm in using the same tactic in ANBU. He also felt comfortable taking this to her because they had already collaborated before and thus knew how each other worked. Dole isn't my mentor, so there's no risk and all reward in here for me, so why not? Let's do it. Amami raised her spoonful of curry near his mouth. He was surprised but ended up eating it anyway. Good boy. Suddenly, all her antics during their recruitment came back to him, and he suddenly wondered if it was a good idea to team up with her again. Straight-faced. You know, Taper told me he offered you an assault unit assignment. I can see why, Barbary said as they began to pack up, which included all the dead bodies, which were cocooned in thick and wide bandages with Fuinjutsu on top to slow down degradation. Do you enjoy fighting, Riddle? The thrill of it all can be tempting when you're winning, but no, sir, I don't enjoy it, Takuma said, feeling the pain in his back. Almost all movement sent waves of it rippling across his body. Barbary chuckled. You know, that says something about you. What does? That you got your ass kicked in the ring so much that you associate fighting with getting beat up. I'll have you know I was a top-ticket fighter. So was I. Not as much as me, sir. Barbary, as Baron, was popular in his own right, and the old-timers would know about him, but by the end of Takuma's run, he had the longest 2v1 win streak of any ring fighter in its history. Scar's record still hung in the betting hall, and he was confident it would remain there until some maniac replaced him. Unlike Baron and his troupe, he never joined a team, which added a mysterious quality to his legend. But you're not wrong. There's truth to that. I do associate it with suffering, Takuma sighed in introspection. The ring was a part of that, but he had been getting his ass handed to him since he arrived in this world. He had lost all but one fight in his year at the academy. His encounters in the field also hadn't been pleasant. Except for his raids during the narcotics task force, he had seldom been strong enough to clear combat without difficulties. And that bothered him because it always felt like he wasn't progressing fast enough to match his combat needs. And because of that frustrating feeling, he never had the chance to enjoy combat as Barbary expected he would. Maybe you'll have a change of perspective. As you grow stronger, fewer people out there will match you, which means there is a lesser chance of running into someone who can kick your ass, Barbary said, and he could sense a tone he couldn't recognize. Some people call becoming a jonin a tipping point because once you reach that level, it becomes almost impossible to kill you if you aren't another jonin. You know how a group of above-average jonin with great teamwork can take down a decent chunin? He knew all about it and had led a team of great jonin to take down one pain-in-the-ass chunin himself. Do you know what happens when a group of above-average chunin with perfect teamwork try to take down a new jonin? Barbary asked an almost rhetorical question. They get annihilated. That's how strong you have to become a jonin. I don't think that tipping point will come for me, sir, Takuma said after considering his words. Ah, did I discourage you by mistake? I didn't mean to. You're young, Riddle. You should aim high as the sky. Forget jonin, you should aim to become the Hokage. Barbary laughed good-heartedly as he went in for a back slap, but stopped when he remembered where Takuma was injured. Not at all, sir. I'm going to become a jonin. That's great. But I don't think my view will change. Takuma smiled almost ruefully behind his mask. I plan to remain in the field for the foreseeable future, even when I become a jonin. It sounds counterproductive, but I wish I get to fight more than my fair share of jonin because ring has ruined me. I need to get into fights to get better, and that is going to be tough and painful. I've seen how jonin fight too. He looked at Barbary. He couldn't see his expression because of the lion mask. But I have to be able to win consistently against normal jonin because if I can't accomplish that, how am I expected to survive the monsters of this world? Chapter 376. A day after their return from the Root Research Facility, Campbell was summoned to Barbary's office to talk about it. On his way, he ran into one of his peers. You sure are lucky, Campbell, said Largemouth with a sarcastic smile, one of 3 squad leaders of the Inquisitor unit at Ironwood Protection Company. His codename and mask were from the largemouth bass, a carnivorous fish known to pull ducks underwater. Am I? Asked Campbell, not in the mood to bicker. Your rookie only managed to pull something out of trash mail by dumb luck, and now this root thing, you managed to climb your way out of the dumps purely because of luck, Largemouth mocked him. My squad budget is recovering, said Campbell. What? If this case goes well, my squad might just match yours in funding. Do you know what that means? It means the only difference between our squads was luck. I fell into bad luck for a while, but now that it's back on my side, I'm about to catch up to you, and that's with 2 inexperienced shinobi. Think about what happens when those 2 properly grow into their responsibilities. My squad is going to leave yours in the dust. He didn't know what made him say so much because he honestly found the petty office rivalries exhausting. However, he had to admit, the irritation slowly flushing across Largemouth's face improved his mood, so he left him with some more words. A piece of advice. My two young ones are hungry, they want to prove themselves. Right now, they're satisfied because they're new, but soon, they'll think they deserve more, and when that happens, I'm not telling my senior operatives they'll be getting less. I'm going to need to find more money, and I'll come after you just like you came after me when I was down 2 operatives. So you better show some good results or you're going to find yourself with light pockets. Yeah, that's not going to happen, buddy, Largemouth said, his eyes narrowed. Campbell didn't bother to reply and walked past him, satisfied because, knowing Largemouth, the words would irritate him all day and sting him for the next few days. He reached Barbari's office and was sent in by his assistant. Who are you putting on the case? Barbary asked the moment he stepped in. He wasn't behind his desk, but instead lounging on his couch, reading a thick dossier that was delivered to him every week. The dossier consisted of an overview of intelligence reports that he needed to know to be on top of his job. Campbell sat down in front of the desk. Crite. He found the bunker, and he doesn't have other things on his plate, so he can focus on this case, he answered after a pause. Works for me. Who's going to be his partner? Radel and Kestrel. Barbary looked up from the reports and gazed at Campbell with an intrigued expression. He stood up from his couch and sat down at his desk. You want to put 2 rookies on a case involving Root? They need the experience. And you want that to happen through this case? You understand the weight of this situation. Campbell probably knew the weight better than everyone. He understood that this was make or break for his squad. If they were successful, they would recover and prime themselves for growth. He understood everything, and yet when Radel and Kestrel came in together to make their case, he found their enthusiasm and initiative to be confident and inspiring. My first choice would have been Karakara, but she's swamped. Dole doesn't like to move around, and I feel this will involve a lot of footwork. He could absolutely order Dole to move his ass, but that would create unnecessary friction. At the end of the day, everyone had their specialties and niche, and Dole was very good at what he did. This way, there are 3 operatives on the case. Crite is patient enough to be a good guide for the 2. I see no downside to this arrangement. Radel had shown what he was capable of in the Maizuru case, and he was with Crite when they found the research facility. On the other hand, Kestrel had done something most thought impossible. She made Karakara more productive, who was the most productive operative in the entire unit. If someone compiled a department-wide ranking, she would be among the top. Kestrel had done something extraordinary because Karakara not only looked more relaxed but was also handling more work than ever before because of Kestrel's support. Alright, if that's what you think is the best, sure, let's go with it, said Barbary, but Campbell could tell that this decision was stretching the flexibility and autonomy he had granted to his subordinate. This case had pressure coming down on Barbary from above. For him, this was beyond petty squad rivalry, and honestly, I was expecting you to take the lead on this. Campbell's real first choice was also that. He wanted to take the lead, but he was similarly busy with his caseload. Though it wasn't comparable to his squad members, he also had managerial responsibilities, which filled up his plate. I'll support my team in whatever way they require, he replied. And I'll support my squads. Come to me in case you need anything, Barbary sighed. Thank you, Campbell nodded. Barbary opened the drawer in his desk and fished out a red scroll branded with the official ANBU seal. Give this to Radel. I'm confident that he'll want it. Tell him that he's earned it, will you? He smiled. Campbell recognized the scroll because he had exchanged for it a few times in his career at ANBU. It was an access pass to the ANBU's B-rank jutsu archives for a new jutsu. Straight-faced. Instead of resting on his off day, Takuma found himself in Yamanaka Inenpachi's clinic. Campbell had promised him and Amami that he would talk to Barbary about their involvement with their case. While he couldn't predict Barbary's decision, he chose to be confident and assumed he was already on the case. This meant he had busy days ahead of him, and he needed to manage time properly, so he visited the Irionin for their first practical session. "You don't look good," Inenpachi said the moment Takuma stepped into his office. "I got injured on the mission." "I need another day to recover," Takuma said honestly. He had checked himself in the mirror, and other than a slight paleness, he didn't think he looked any different, but he guessed it was natural that an Irionin could tell. Inenpachi asked what happened, and Takuma gave him the location of the injury, which raised his brow, but the Irionin didn't pursue it any further because injuries weren't surprising in their line of work. "What are we doing today?" asked Takuma as he sat straight in his chair. "I'll start with looking at your mind to take a snapshot. Every time we meet, I'll take a snapshot so we can use them as references by comparing them to each other," Inenpachi explained while he stood beside him. "I'll now look into your mind. Are you ready?" Takuma suddenly felt nervous. He had to be quite vulnerable in front of someone he didn't know very well. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and got ready for the mind walker to enter his mind. "Go ahead." Inenpachi opened his eyes inside Takuma's mind. Every mind was unique and a representation of the person. Seeing a mind for the first time was one of his favorite things because it told him a lot about the person. He treated it like how people love to travel to new places to explore fresh experiences. He found himself standing in an underground tunnel carved out of earth-released ninjutsu. The tunnel was lit with yellow electric bulbs hung on rusted metal hoops hammered into the tunnel ceiling. The tunnel's walls were covered in graffiti, posters, charts, notes, and papers. He guessed that the tunnel was somewhere Takuma had spent a lot of time in, and the things on the walls were echoes and projections of his experiences and memories. On a fleeting glance, they made sense, but on a closer look, none of them made any sense because everything was jumbled. He started walking and found that the tunnel was part of an expansive network. He also noted that every other bulb on the ceiling was turned off, only half of them worked, which made the tunnels dim. That could mean so many things, but he guessed that it was due to some unresolved trauma Takuma was struggling with. The tunnel network had ends that opened into large underground clearings. Inenpachi heard a crowd cheering with an infrequent clang of metal from the clearing that he couldn't see into, as they only appeared as light at the end of a dark tunnel. He didn't follow it because it was just another echo. The human brain and a person's mind were beyond complex. Even the Yamanaka clan only understood a small fraction of its mysteries, and most of it remained a mystery to them. If he followed everything he heard or saw in Takuma's mind, he faced the danger of getting lost, with a real risk of never finding his way back. Someone else could awaken Takuma from the outside, but if Inenpachi wasn't careful, he might never awaken. However, the Yamanaka clan had already solved the problem. He needed to find the central hub that was hidden somewhere in the recesses of the mind. It was the location that could be used to access everything that resided and hid inside Takuma's mind. A strong and skilled Yamanaka could see memories going back years or even decades, as long as they could fight against a person's natural defenses against foreign entities. He had promised Takuma not to look at his memories and would honor the promise. But he still needed to go to the central hub, as it had more uses than just looking at memories. He concentrated and felt for the central hub's presence and followed it. As he went deeper into Takuma's mind, the tunnels changed appearances frequently. Paint appeared on the walls. The lower half was painted a lime green while the upper half was an off-white. For a while, he saw what seemed like factory equipment half buried in the tunnel's walls, which was bizarre to say the least. However, as he began to close in on the central hub, he saw things he didn't recognize. Like always, he recognized they were echoes and projections and thus jumbled, but he could usually identify parts of the jumble. He had no idea what most of the things he was seeing were. There was a small rectangular thing that glowed, big metal boxes with wheels, strange trains, and tiny models of even stranger buildings. Found it. He stood in front of a tunnel to a clearing whose entrance was covered with layers of multicolored curtains with patterns he hadn't seen before. They were stunning and made him wonder what all Takuma had seen for his mind to create these echoes. As strange as it was, Takuma's mind was one of the most unique he had encountered. He wondered what his central hub would look like. Everyone's central hub was the same, with some variations to make it unique. Everyone had a huge brain in the middle of the hub, which was connected to the walls with something: pipes, ropes, chains, crystal, lightning bolts, or dozens of other things he could recall. As he pushed past the last curtain, he was startled to find something he had never seen before. A huge brain was suspended in a circular space, with threads of yarn connecting it to the walls covered in cork boards. The yarn connected the brain to the boards and also connected the boards to each other, creating a complex web of multicolored thread. However, that wasn't the startling thing. He was definitely in the central hub, without mistaking it. So why was there only half a brain in front of him? The hub space had a wall going through the middle of it. This wall also had corkboards, and its presence seemed to belong in the hub. However, there was a brain-sized hole in the wall, and the brain floated in that hole with only half of it on Inenpachi's side. The problem was that he hadn't sensed any way to access the other half of the brain on the other side while he was looking for the hub, which meant there was no way to access it. Except Inenpachi looked up at the middle wall, where a pitch-black, thick metal bunker door, with a large circular wheel in the middle, looked like it was made to survive a B-rank jutsu, was located. That was the only way to access the other side of the hub and the brain. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 20. Peace.